us and we'll save you 20% on the cost of the repair. We'll even give you 20% discount on the diamonds up to 20 points that need to be replaced. Don't risk losing a stone or even worse, a bracelet or a neck chain. At Mark Sadowski Jewelers, we believe in preventing loss. Another common problem is our rings tend to shrink. I think that has something to do with being too close to Mexican food. We can resize your rings so they fit properly and comfortably. Come in now and save 20% on your repair just for asking. Mark Sadowski Jewelers, a family tradition in San Antonio for 90 years on Northwest Military Highway. Call us at 210-377-1818. That's 210-377-1818.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
San Antonio's most listened to news talk station, 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
KTSA.
It's 6 o'clock at KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. Israel and Lebanon will try again to make peace later today.
In Washington today, the U.S. is hosting a second round of talks between Israel and Lebanon as a fragile ceasefire declared last week shows signs of fraying. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading the American delegation alongside Counselor Michael Needham, U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, and U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon Michelle Issa.
That's correspondent Olivia Gazis. Nothing new concerning peace talks between the U.S. and Iran, but you can find out what might be happening next on the front page at KTSA.com. A vote-a-rama overnight in the U.S. Senate's getting credit as Republicans move ahead with a budget resolution that would fund ICE. The GOP-controlled Senate's using a process called budget reconciliation that requires only a simple majority vote to fund immigration agencies. There's no need for Democrat support. Before Republicans can adopt the resolution, Senate Democrats can add an unlimited number of amendments to be voted on, leading to a marathon voting session called a vote-a-rama. A federal investigation now underway after those home explosions Tuesday night on the north side.
It's being led by the National Transportation Safety Board. Multiple explosions injured 5 people in 2 houses on Preston Hollow Drive on Tuesday night. The blast came about 2 hours apart and 3 people remain in critical condition. According to the San Antonio Fire Department, those explosions may have been caused by a buildup of natural gas. All but 5 households have returned home, but the neighbors on that street are still concerned about the chance of another explosion. Stacey Keene, KTSA News.
A flesh-eating insect has been found less than 1 hour south of the Texas border with Mexico. KTSA's Patrick Johnson.
It's called the New World screwworm, and Ag Commissioner Sid Miller says it's not a matter of if it's coming here, but when.
We've now got within 60 miles of the border. Without any question, Texas is going to be infested. We just have no means to stop it.
The USDA has started sending farmers and ranchers a screwworm detection kit. When a cow gets sick from the parasite fly, they're supposed to send a sample back to the nation's capital. Patrick Johnson, KTSA News.
KTSA News Time is 6:02. It's that time for KTSA Sports right here with Rob Thompson.
In the NBA, the Spurs continue to add to their trophy collection as Keldon Johnson was named 6th Man of the Year. Johnson beat out Miami's Jaime Jaquez Jr. and Denver's Tim Hardaway Jr. It's draft day in the NFL, and the Dallas Cowboys made free agent news. As Stephen Jones told us yesterday, they are not negotiating with George Pickens. He is playing under the franchise tag. The Cowboys currently hold the 12th and the 20th picks in tonight's draft, while the Texans have the 28th. You can catch all the coverage live on San Antonio Sports Star starting at 6. In Major League Baseball, the Rangers took on the Pirates and fell. Final score 8-4. Cole Winn takes the loss. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA News Time 6:03.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000.
A bathroom remodel is not just about looks, it's about comfort, safety, and function too. Safe Showers and Bathwise have joined forces with New Bath Today to bring you more, including showers, tubs, flooring, and vanities. Get $1,500 off your new shower at newbathtoday.com.
Find a way to get away now at Crestview RV. Enjoy the open road and the great outdoors in a brand new, well-equipped Jayco J-Flag travel trailer. Just $12,995 or $116 a month with approved credit. See dealer for details. CrestviewRV.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time is 6:05. Got a few slowdowns to watch for as you head out this morning. Let's see what's up with KTSA Time Saver traffic.
Good morning. We are working a trouble spot at 35 northbound right as you approach Highway 90. Accident with 2 center lanes blocked. 6-8-minute delay slow from Malone. Again, this is on the south side. North side, 410 westbound approaching Nacogdoches. That's road works. Got the roadway reduced to 1 lane. 10-minute delay now, slow from 35. 35 northbound approaching Evans, roadway reduced to 1 lane, and then southbound just that left lane is open. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
After a cloudy start, a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Warm and humid, the high of 84. Breezy this evening, otherwise humid and warm tonight. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 69 in Hill Country. A morning thunderstorm in spots Friday, otherwise warm and humid with a high of 87. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
You got cloudy skies and 71 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
7 minutes after 6 on Ware and Rima. I'm Sean. Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday. He's still posting videos, so you can check that out on KTSA.com. The phone lines are 210-599-5585. Lots to discuss today, including, as Christian reported from the KTSA newsroom, the vote-a-rama that is about to take place. But as far as Iran, a couple of things. First off, Iran has agreed at the behest of our president not to publicly execute 8 women who were involved in the anti-regime protests, where upwards of, our best estimate is damn near 40,000 people were erased from the earth by the regime. Excuse me. The face of this that we've all come to know is Bita Hamati, who was actually the first woman to be sentenced to death for being involved in these mass protests. And what was her crime? What is her crime? She was providing assistance to people who had been injured as a result of the thugs that the regime sent around to quash these protests. Trump had implored the whoever the hell is running Iran right now, and that's our problem, right? We really don't know. There's a report that came out overnight that communicating with the leadership of Iran is extraordinarily difficult because, again, nobody really knows who the leadership of Iran is, who's actually running things, if anyone is running things. Seems to be a disparate bunch of people whose purposes are at odds with each other, and some of them are crazy and murderous, so we don't know. But he did ask that these 8 women not be publicly executed, and it's 9 minutes after 6. I'm not going to go into the graphic details of how they go about that. We've talked about that plenty on this show. You know what happens and what they do to these women before they execute them. They have a little fun before they actually kill them. But again, the president imploring Iran not to do that, and the president's in a pretty good position to make demands right now. Very good news. I've just been informed that the 8 women protesters who are going to be executed tonight in Iran will no longer be killed. That was on Truth Social yesterday. 4 of those women will be immediately released. 4 will serve 1-month prison sentences. Now, I don't feel very good about the 4 who are going to do the month in an Iranian prison, because I'm sure that's not going to be a pleasant experience for them. But at least on the face of it, they're not going to be executed. And again, that's a really horrible public display that they go through with these women when they execute them. I very much appreciate that Iran and its leaders respected my request. That according to the president. So we'll see how that plays out and how these 4 women who do have to go in for a month will do. Trump, let's see, the day before it said to the Iranian leaders who will soon be in negotiations with my representatives, I would greatly appreciate the release of these women. This is the Truth Social post that led to this choice by the Iranian regime, whomever that is. I am sure that this is what inspired. I am sure they will respect the fact that you did so. Please do them no harm. Would be a great start to our negotiations. Now, there was some back and forth yesterday as far as reporting and what the press office said, the press secretary, as far as how long this extension is going to go on. It was being reported earlier in the day that the extension was expected to last 3 to 5 days. It had a very short window of time. We're going to give them 3 to 5 extra days. We need some sort of agreement on what the agreement you guys are going to be cool with. What is the unified proposal from your government? Because right now, again, we don't really know who's running the government, which isn't strange because we've been knocking the crap out of them since February. So a leader pops up, and what happens? They get greased. So people were saying, it was being reported that the extension would last 3 to 5 days. Caroline Leavitt came out yesterday and said there is no timeline for the president's extension. So the reporting you're seeing is erroneous. We don't know if it's real or not. And she made it a point to make that point. I know we're all feeling kind of weird. Not weird, but with the extension. I'm looking at some of the polling. Fox News did a poll yesterday, or published a poll yesterday on where people are with the cabinet, with the president's administration, as far as believing whether or not this administration is competent to hold office and to run things. 56% of folks who were polled, again, in a Fox News poll, said they don't believe they're competent. They broke it down issue by issue, and the numbers were pretty low. President's overall approval rating is around 43, 44%, again, according to this poll, which is not bad. It's, for where he is in his second term, it's not bad. 44%, roughly around there. But when you start breaking it down issue by issue, he's lost some points in immigration. J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, as far as how they're, and Pete Hegseth, as far as the polling, people still prefer J.D. Vance over Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, as far as overall job approval and confidence that he knows what he's doing and he's handling the gig right. So you're going to see those numbers drop. Jack and I were talking about this yesterday. Trey and I have talked about it. People don't like war. They just don't like it. They don't have a great taste for it or a strong stomach for it, which is understandable. And the idea, we just got out of a 20-year war a couple of years ago, and badly so, with the exiting Biden administration. Or, again, whomever was running the country at that time, this country. And the longer it goes on, the less support you will see, and within MAGA specifically. MAGA, Democrats are going to be against everything he does. Whatever the man does, the man takes a breath, they say he's acting like a Nazi. The man eats a Big Mac and he's being a Nazi. Democrats, they're like I said, they're on opposite day 24/7. Whatever the president does, they're on the opposite side of it. That's a given. When things get dicey, in my opinion, is when independents and MAGA start peeling off. And while you look at the polling on MAGA, they're still pretty happy with the border and ICE and all that stuff. And we'll get into the vote-a-rama and what happened with reconciliation overnight. But MAGA is having problems with Iran. A lot of Republicans are having issues with Iran. The longer it goes on. And I don't know. Now, I believe I understand what he's doing, and I understand the need for it. Again, I think getting these women, saving them from execution, at least at the front end of it, I think that had a lot to do with this extension. I think he used some pressure in that regard. Hey, I'll tell you what, I'll give you, he's Donald Trump. Tell you what I'll do. Just imagine Tony Soprano's voice in your head. I can't actually do my Tony. I do a spot-on Tony Soprano, but I can't do it on the air because I get fired. So, because you can't do a mafiosi imitation without the F-bomb. You just can't do it. But just imagine, Donald Trump. Tell you what, I'll give you 3 to 5 days. I'll give you 3 to 5 days. You let the girls go. Let the women go 3 to 5 days. Plus, it gives you time to get your act together, to get your S together, and figure out who is actually speaking for your government. Because we obviously can't have an agreement on anything if we don't have a government on your end.
You combined a little bit of Sopranos and Columbo is what it's coming on.
Just one more thing there. It's really hard to do Tony Soprano on the air without. It's hard to do Pacino. It's hard to do any of those guys because of the way they talk. Because in that part of the world, and I know, the F-bomb is a pronoun. Basically, it's an adjective. It's the common usage of speech. And I need the gig, so I can't go full Soprano. 210. Anyway, that's where we are with Iran. 210-599-5555. It is Ware and Rima. Trey's off this week. Check him out. His videos on KTSA.com. We'll be right back on Newstalk 550. KTSA. Humid and cloudy this morning with a mix of clouds and sun today. A high of 85, cloudy, warm, and humid overnight. A low of 72 tomorrow. A thunderstorm early in the day, otherwise cloudy and warm with a high of 86 and 70 degrees on Newstalk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. We are working trouble spots at 35 northbound, approaching Highway 90, south side of town. This accident has 2 center lanes blocked. Now stop and go from Division, so almost a 15-minute delay. On Loop 410 westbound, approaching Nacogdoches, that's road work. It's got the roadway reduced to 1 lane. That's a 10-minute backup, slow from 35. 35 northbound, approaching Evans. We've got the roadway reduced to 1 lane. And then on the southbound side, just that left lane is open. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
Ware and Rima.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
If your transmission is acting up, Access Transmission on Thousand Oaks is the only place you need to go to get it repaired or replaced. Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Access Transmission has been the trusted transmission experts in the San Antonio area for over 50 years. Family owned and operated, Access Transmission can handle all your transmission needs, domestic and import. All estimates are free. There are no inspection or diagnostic fees like the big national chains. Shop local and take your vehicle to Access Transmission, where you can get a fair, honest, and free diagnosis of your transmission issue. They can repair or rebuild your transmission with their in-house rebuilders. Serving San Antonio and the Hill Country, Access Transmission offers free pickup and delivery. And yes, that does include the Hill Country. Located on Thousand Oaks between Jones-Maltzberger and Wetmore Road. Call Access Transmission, 210-490-4411, 490-4411. Access Transmission, the experts in transmission repair.
Trey Ware here. There's more to Mummies than just feed. They are South Texas firearm headquarters with the great brands like Benelli, Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, Sig, Glock, and so many more. And all of the accessories. Mummies has everything. Mummies and Hondo.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
And we're back 21 minutes after 6 on News Talk 550, KTSA, FM 1071. Check us out online, ktsa.com. Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday. And I want to talk about Kash Patel here in a little bit, but you heard Christian reporting on what happened overnight with the reconciliation bill, which requires only a simple majority in the Senate. The bill would provide, I think, $60 billion to fund ICE and the Department of Homeland Security. The only Republicans who did not vote for it, Rand Paul, and what's her name from Alaska? Lisa Murkowski voted against it. John Kennedy, and it's reconciliation. So what happens? Simple majority to pass it in the Senate. Democrats, though, you can load it up with all kinds of amendments and cutouts and stuff that you want for whomever, for whatever reasons. Republicans didn't do that, except for John Kennedy. Senator Kennedy added a bunch of amendments that he kind of knew were going to fail. It's kind of dense, complicated stuff, but he did add an amendment about the Save America Act. Again, not likely anything is going to happen as a result. And largely, this is to make a point. But he did have an add-on or include an add-on that was a version of the Safeguarding American Voter Eligibility Act, America Act, the SAVE Act. If you don't want to vote for it, don't, Kennedy said. All I ask is you think about it, to trust our Rules Committee, to follow your heart, but take your brain with you. Because the American people, both Democrats and Republicans and independents, are questioning our elections. The amendments failed, of course, so that one failed. They all failed. And now it goes. It will go to the House, and then that's where the Vote-A-Rama thing comes in. And I'm watching all this, and I had this realization earlier when I was thinking about this process we've been in with this partial government shutdown. And these people, they can't. When does our government ever come in on budget? When do they ever actually not have some sort of political conflict with just paying for themselves and paying for what they do and paying for government? They never do. This has been going on for weeks and weeks and months now at this point. And I had this thought, if our elected leaders ran a freaking barbecue truck, okay, it would be out of business in like 3 months. If these people conducted business in the private sector, and that's why I love Donald Trump, because he is a private sector guy. If these people had to run a food truck, they would be out of business in 1 quarter. And I'm not even a financial guy, and I can figure that out.
Yeah, but don't bring up Spirit Airlines.
Spirit Airlines. Oh, yeah, we were talking about that before we went on the air.
Yeah, they're supposed to be going out of business, but we might be bailing them out. So I
don't like that.
I don't either.
I don't like when we bail private companies out. I don't care how big they are.
Once you said a food truck, I was like, okay, then this needs to be brought up too, because you're right. They would fail as a business.
Well, because you can't run a business this way. You absolutely cannot. I mean, I've worked in the service industry. I know a little bit about it, about what, payroll and your expenditures and keeping product on the shelves. If you're a restaurant, you need all the stuff that you need to make your food. And people have to plan, man. They have to plan a budget where ultimately they end up what? The profit outweighs whatever money you're expending to stay in business.
At least make a profit.
At least make some kind of a profit. But the people that we elect, in a sense, to run the most important business that affects every single one of our lives, which is the U.S. government, they fail miserably at it. And again, but a lot of these people, when you look at the American politician, this is why I hold a lot of them in contempt. I'm not like you're a lot of talk guy. I don't have a lot of respect for politicians. I don't. I think most of them are barnacles. I really do. They're fungus. We're looking at Ilhan Omar now. It's being accused of wrestling about $250 million away from this COVID era school lunch program for poor kids. They're people of, in general, low character, in my opinion, who live extraordinarily luxurious lives based upon you and I going to work. And a lot of them have been they're like the Castro boys. They've been raised to be that. So they've never done anything in the private sector. Most politicians you encounter don't really have a lot of private sector experience because they've spent their whole lives either in college and then entering into politics. And most of them, couldn't run a taco truck and keep it, in business or keep it open for any length of time. So watching this back and forth about our own budget and how we pay for stuff is just it's a clown dance. It really is. We got a caller at 627. Jay, how are you? Very quickly, what's on your brain? Jay.
Hey, was that for me?
Hey, yeah, man, you're on the air. What are you thinking? Very quickly.
Hey, real quick. Spirit Airlines bailout may not actually be a bailout. It may be a payback for all the bureaucratic red tape that they've been put through, like all the airlines have.
Right.
I don't know if you remember, when Chrysler got bailed out in 80, when Lee Iacocca said, you guys bury us in red tape and taxes, we're owed some money back for our efforts. And it may be one way to look at it. I agree with you. I don't agree with taxpayers bailing out private businesses. But when the federal government is the responsibility, is a large part of the reason they're going bankrupt, it's worth consideration.
I agree, man. I got to run, man. I'll pick up on that when I come back. 210-599-5555. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Ware and Rima, on air and online every morning.
And actually, they become hot as a pistol, so what can I tell you?
Watch the show weekday morning 6 till 10, only on KTSA.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Ben Adams Jewelers is going out of business, and their entire inventory of fine jewelry must be sold. After serving the San Antonio area for over 56 years, Ben Adams Jewelers will be closing the doors forever. Every piece of quality jewelry is discounted up to 70%, and this week, take up to an additional 10% off the sale price. Prices are dropping and have never been this low, so don't miss out. Hurry in to Ben Adams Jewelers' huge going out of business sale before it's too late.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Oral health is such an important part of your overall health, and that's why I love talking about Dr. Williamson. He is a dentist, but not an ordinary dentist by any means. He is a broadly trained gentleman. He is fully trained and able to handle just about any dental problem you could ever have. And what is really different is the way he conducts things in his office. You're not just a number. He's somebody that wants to get to know you. He's going to concentrate on helping you. Dr. Williamson is an outstanding dentist, following the tradition of Dr. Staffel that he worked with for a number of years. It's very conveniently located off Cherry Ridge Drive, outside Loop 410, just east of I-10. But Dr. Williamson, his staff, is the most welcoming atmosphere you will ever encounter and one of the most capable dentists you will ever know. If you're looking for a dentist, if you're new to town and want to start with the best one I think you'll find, well, you just need to call 341-2569. 210-341-2569 for Dr. Williamson and Associates.
At the law office of Sean C. Brown, we treat you like family. This is Sean Brown. I've been representing members of the community for over 25 years. From a DWI to auto accidents, call me today, 210-224-8200, or visit SeanBrownLaw.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Israel and Lebanon planning another round of peace talks today in the nation's capital, but the U.S. and Iran, not so much. Another shakeup in the U.S. military at the top. The Navy Secretary is out, but how is that going to affect that naval blockade off the coast of Iran? We're going to find out. And if you applied for the Texas School Voucher Program, you could be getting an answer as early as this week. KTSA News Time, 6:33.
Good morning. We are working a couple of incidents. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Still working that crash on the south side at 35 northbound, right as you approach Highway 90. Only the right lane open now. A little bit over a 20-minute delay. Slow from Southwest Military. And then on 1604 on the Access Road, Service Road, southbound Shanefield, get reports of a wreck right lane. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
A mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Warm and soupy, the high of 84. Breezy this evening, otherwise overcast and humid. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 69 in Hill Country. A morning thunderstorm in spots, otherwise warm and humid again Friday, the high 87. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now you got 70 degrees, cloudy skies at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
6:34 on Ware and Rima. I'm Sean Rima. Trey is off this week. You can still check out his videos on KTSA.com. All our videos are on KTSA.com. And in fact, we're streaming right now on YouTube. And we're going to be giving away some Gunslinger tickets a little later on. Family 4-packs to some home games. So if you want to see the Gunslingers, just stay tuned. And we'll do that a little later on. Pete asks on the stream, do I still eat mac salad? Yes, I do. In fact, I had some delicious mac salad with a steak the other day. And the thing about mac salad in my home is I eat it right out of the container because nobody else goes near it. Nobody wants the mac salad. Just to put the bow on the package of the thing we were talking about before the break about bailing out. We're talking about Spirit Airlines and the idea of bailing out private companies via the government. I don't tend to be a fan of that, and I know Trey and I agree on this one. We've had this discussion on the air. I think you ought to privatize the education system in this country and let them compete against each other. I myself am not a very competitive person, but I understand the value and the wisdom of competition as far as people having to, in a sense, win your business, whether it's an airline or a school or anybody else. And if you don't make it, if your business model doesn't work and you go bye-bye, that's just the way it goes.
All right, let me throw this out there to you.
Yes?
Okay, the only way I would be up for bailing out any company in the United States from government is if us, the taxpayers, get equity in that company and we start making money off of what we did to bail them out so they can continue to operate and get back in making money.
But that would never happen. It's a great idea, but I don't believe that would ever happen.
No, I don't think it would, but
No.
I wouldn't be as upset about just throwing our money to corporations that didn't run their business properly.
Now, we have to pay for Ilhan Omar's SUVs and, nice restaurants for her, and, all our Congress people need they need equity.
We have to like Somalis.
The Somali people need money. They need some, money.
It rhymes with tamales.
210-599-5555. 210-59. I got to talk about this real quick. This is a story that's all over the place today and last night. And, we really are entering a not so brave world. Brave new world, if you want to quote the Huxley. AI, and I've said over and over again, you really have to figure out what your relationship with AI is going to be. I saw a meme the other day. It was a quote. I looked it up from the guy from the Smashing Pumpkins, Billy Corgan's like, I'm not going to create any music using AI. It's really hard. The one thing in my relationship with AI, here's what I've decided, the choices I've made, or I am making. I don't talk to it first and foremost. I know it's maybe laborious, but I sit and type. I don't put it on speaker and talk to it like it's a person. I can't do it. And I don't use AI to create anything. I don't write with AI. I don't create it as far as stuff that it would be, my output. Now, I've done some stupid memes on Facebook, yeah. But I don't create imagery for my books using AI. I use images that I myself have already taken or have been submitted to me by other people, and if I need to enhance them a little to make them a little more publishable, I'll do that. But again, apart from that, I will do stupid. Sometimes I send my wife stupid pictures that I make just to crack her up or disturb her. But for me, that's the demarcation line, is I don't create anything with it. I want it to always be a tool, of some kind to enhance something. I've said for a few years now that, once the paintbrush becomes the artist, you're not really making art. And plus, I think we need to keep hold of some things that human beings need to continue doing for themselves. And what I see with the whole AI thing is a growing dependence on it by people in their everyday life, which means there's going to be things. Just like when the internet came along and GPS and all, we kind of lost the ability to do certain things for ourselves because the computer, people making change in a retail situation, reading maps, figuring out where the hell you are by yourself. These are all skills that people have really just kind of lost. They're not necessary anymore because the damn computers do it for us. Now AI comes along. And people are writing emails with it. People are, I think the art of writing, just the ability for people to write in their own words is going to go bye-bye. Trey and I talked about this about a week ago involving people learning instruments, which takes years of discipline. And we don't have much of an attention span, not a lot of patience or discipline these days beneath the advent of AI. So I think you're going to see fewer and fewer people who actually know how to play a physical instrument. So it's creepy and weird. And plus, I see everything as suspect online that, could be AI generated. And we have this story that I was reading about yesterday. It's all over the place this morning about influencer Emily Hart. Emily Hart has millions and millions and millions of followers. Emily Hart is a registered nurse. She looks like she's in her early 20s. She is MAGA. She is conservative. She is self-identifies as a Christian. She's against abortion. She thinks all illegal immigrants should be deported. And she's got a huge following on Instagram and on several different platforms. And what we've discovered, and again, everybody's talking about this, she's not real. She's AI. An Indian med student created her. And in fact, we don't have his full name. He was just recently discovered. He goes by the name Sam. He's a 22-year-old Indian med student. He's studying to become a surgeon. He did an interview with Wired about creating this woman who poses in like American flag bikinis. You know, she's always wearing something skimpy and like ice fishing with a beer in her hand.
Nice.
She's got a Make America Great Again hat that she wears in a lot of her images. Again, millions and cajillions of followers. Sam says that he was horsing around online and he asked Google Gemini AI, for advice about creating an artificial woman that people would want to follow. Gemini said, you're competing with millions of other models. You should make the woman MAGA/conservative. Go MAGA conservative niche. And the conservative audience, especially older men in the U.S., this is Gemini. The conservative audience, especially older men in the U.S., often has higher disposable income and is more loyal. And so he started this Instagram account with this Emily Hart, who doesn't exist. He posted, again, pictures of her in skimpy American print bikinis with statements like this: if you want a reason to unfollow, Christ is king, abortion is murder, and all illegals must be deported. You were assigned intelligence at birth, but you identify as a liberal, slamming liberals. And again, he said, the Sam guy in this interview with Wired says, every day I'd write something pro-Christian, pro-Second Amendment, pro-life, anti-abortion, anti-woke, and anti-immigration. And he said my Instagram account blew up. He had 10,000 Instagram followers in a month. Every reel he posted got 3 million views, 5 million views, 10 million views. He said it was taking me about an hour a day to do this, and he was making a crap load of money because you monetize this stuff, right, when you get a certain amount of followers. He said he was putting himself through med school. Well, he got crossways with Meta because you're supposed to tell people, apparently, according to their own rules, that, you're looking at a fake person, a person who doesn't actually exist. This interview, it's really kind of, insulting but funny. He said the MAGA crowd is made up of dumb people, it's a 22-year-old Indian guy, like super dumb people, and they fall for it. He said he created a liberal version of Emily Hart, and it failed miserably. Nobody logged on. And again, he's been kind of called out for scamming people because I guess you're supposed to, let people, I don't know what Meta's rules are, but you're supposed to let people know that this is AI. It's not a real person. He says he has no regrets about his actions, though. He doesn't feel bad. And I don't blame him. I mean,
what message
you put it out there and people glommed onto it, man.
What message did he put in Emily Hart's algorithms that MAGA doesn't agree with?
No, it was all MAGA stuff.
Yeah.
So that doesn't matter that he does or doesn't. He did it purely to get the clicks and to get the money.
Yeah.
And it worked like gangbusters, man. It worked swimmingly, to use the president's word.
Unlike Spirit Airlines. He seems to be
here
doing,
you go.
He seems to be doing well.
See?
His business model's
circled
working.
back around to Spirit. I'm just saying, and the one thing I've noticed is that more and more of I primarily hang out on Facebook. I tried Instagram. I'm not interested in that. What was TikTok? I did TikTok for a few weeks. I got bored with that. I don't even know what the hell's going on TikTok. I don't even know what I'm doing, what I'm looking at. So predominantly I'm on FacePuke, and, I've just noticed that a lot of the stuff that's popping. Don't you kind of get that sense when you think Elaine, have you ever found this? Because you create now digital images, for the thumbnails and the video stream. When you look at something online, I don't know how much time you actually spend online or social media, but can you still kind of tell when you're looking at something that
it's fake?
It's AI?
Yeah.
You can still kind of tell.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, like I looked at this Emily Hart, and I'm like, she's not real. There's just something, I can't even really explain it specifically, but you can just kind of still tell that you're not looking at something real.
Okay,
but at some
lonely guys
point,
on the internet don't care.
Lonely guys on the internet don't care if you're real or not. They really
They'll
don't,
still send you
obviously.
money.
So here's what gave it away for me with Emily Hart. There's no way she's that hot and has a job in nursing and some doctor hasn't snatched her up and she quit.
God.
She quit her job. No way. No way.
No, what got me that Emily Hart was fake, and I've only seen the pictures on the article, is when I see her ice fishing in a hole in the ice, wearing a MAGA hat while holding a draft beer. So what did she do? She walked across the ice with a draft beer to get waist deep in it and go hand fishing? Or seriously?
Lonely guys on the internet.
Lonely guys on the internet. You could feed them anything, but it's kind of a brilliant idea. Go MAGA.
Well, look at the numbers of what he did with the liberal Emily Hart.
Nobody wanted to look at the liberal Emily Hart, but the conservative, oh my God, that's a lot of lonely conservative dudes out there, man. Get a hobby. I'm MAGA. I don't look at AI chicks. 210-599-5555. We'll take a break. It's Ware and Rima. Again, Trey's off this week. Check us out online, KTSA.com. Gunslinger tickets coming up a little later on in the program on Newstalk 550 KTSA. Humid and cloudy this morning with a mix of clouds and sun later on today. A high of 85, cloudy, warm and humid tonight, low 72 tomorrow. Going to see a thunderstorm early in the morning, otherwise cloudy and warm with a high of 86. It's 70 degrees on Newstalk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. We are working a couple of incidents. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Still working that crash on the south side at 35 northbound, right as you approach Highway 90. Only the right lane open now. A little bit over a 20-minute delay. So from Southwest Military. And then on 1604 on the Access Road, Service Road, southbound Shanefield, get reports of a wreck right lane. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Termites love this time of year. If you think you have termites, call Pied Piper Pest Control for a free inspection. Call 826-2030 or schedule online at sabugs.com. Pied Piper Pest Control, 826-2030.
Well, you can't turn on the news or open a business journal lately without seeing these two letters, AI. Hey, Trey Ware here. I know what many of you business leaders are feeling, that mounting pressure to do something. But here's the reality. Rushing into AI just to say you're doing it is a fast track to security breaches, compliance nightmares, and a whole lot of wasted capital. That's why I want to tell you about Bridgehead IT. They aren't here to sell you on the latest shiny object or trending bot. They're here to give you a strategy. It starts with their AI assessment. Bridgehead IT sits down with your team to identify where AI can actually deliver measurable value and where it's just noise. They prioritize protecting your sensitive data and ensuring your transition is secure from day one. Bridgehead IT focuses on clarity first. You get a roadmap built on outcomes, not hype. If AI is on your roadmap for 2026, start with the experts who put security and your bottom line first. Visit bridgeheadit.com. That's bridgeheadit.com.
Hello, San Antonio. Ready to spring into summer with your own piece of the Texas coast? This Saturday, don't miss the spring one-day coastal land sale right off beautiful Matagorda Bay, just a short drive from San Antonio. For one day only, grab 1+ acre coastal properties starting at just $59.9 or $49.9 with cash or 1031 exchange. And wait till you hear this. Bayfront property starting at $129.9 or cash price of $119.9. That's right, Bayfront living at unbelievable prices. This gated community has it all. A waterfront resort-style pool and cabana, covered boat slips and private launch, paved roads, underground utilities, and agriculture exemption for low taxes. These deals are for this Saturday only. Call now to reserve your private tour. 210-853-0389. Ask about huge day of discounts with cash or 1031 exchanges. That's 210-853-0389. Don't wait. Own your slice of the Texas coast. A short drive from San Antonio. Call 210-853-0389.
I have Texas Rhino Shield on my home. I love it, and I think you will too. Find out with a free in-home, no-obligation Texas Rhino Shield inspection. Find out if Rhino Shield is right for your home at TexasRhinoShield.com.
Bjorn's has evolved. Our team's been bringing cutting-edge tech home for 50 years. Come visit the Bjorn's showroom on 281. We'll show you how the future of technology can fit perfectly into your world. Because if it's technology, it's at Bjorn's. Just Bjorn's.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000. Ensure your retirement income with Big State Financial and their Safe Money retirement programs. No matter what the market does, you won't lose a penny. Call 210-373-6000 to schedule your free review.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Got a clogged drain? At A&A Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they'll clear your main sewer drain for just $93 or it's free. Don't wait for a bigger mess. Call your local experts now. Visit aaplumbingsa.com and book your service today. Must have approved cleanout. License number M3749.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And God bless America.
God bless America. That's what Emily Hart says. Or at least the guy operating Emily Hart. 6:53 on Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday. And we're hanging out. And we want to say hi to the the stuffed Tasmanian devil. We have Trey's, my co-host for the week is a stuffed version of the Tasmanian devil wearing a tinfoil hat, Elaine. And Elaine almost, Christian Blood walked in here, and he picked up the Tasmanian devil and started messing with it.
He's messing with my set.
He's messing with the set, man. I almost went Christian Bale on him.
Yep.
What are you doing, right? Messing with my stuffed animal, right? Do I come in and slam your bloody door? On your bloody newsroom, do I?
Happens every day.
That's professional. So, But, there's Taz.
To face you.
Oh, yeah, there he is. There's the Tasmanian devil with this tinfoil hat on. Mm-hmm. Actually looks better than I do. I look like hell. I don't know why.
I was going to say.
Well, you conditioned your hair.
Yes, I did. You did ask me. I look poofy today. I deep conditioned my hair. Because after getting done...
Monday.
I deep conditioned on Monday, too.
It was cold, but he wore a hat.
I do it 3 times a week. I deep conditioned my hair now that we're on video.
But you had to put a beanie on Monday because it was cold.
Yes, it was cold. It was freezing in here.
Yeah.
So I felt like Jack London here in the studio.
The audience didn't get to appreciate the condition of the conditioned hair.
I have very poofy hair because after I get done talking to this stuffed animal, I'm going to run around town in a chicken suit a little later on for the station. So
you finally got the chicken suit. All right.
You finally got a promotion.
I got a promotion to the guy who wears the chicken suit.
It was a sideways promotion.
Oh, God. I was a serious broadcaster at one point. Anyway, I'm kidding. I also want to talk about this real briefly because this was actually, we may get into this next hour. Axios was reporting, and a lot of people picked up on it yesterday, that Donald Trump, I guess via executive action, was going to reclassify marijuana. Now, he's already shifted it a little bit on the scale, if you will, to make it more available for medical research and PTSD and stuff like this. But this would be an actual reclassification from a Class 1 to a Class 2. And I know the Austin American-Statesman picked up on that story. It was all over the place yesterday afternoon and into the evening. Now, nothing has happened. We're not seeing anything. I don't know if that, was somebody told somebody something behind the scenes. They thought they'd run with the story. I haven't seen anything else on this. There's a whole bunch of stories on it from yesterday, but we haven't heard anything from Caroline Leavitt, I don't think, or anybody else, that the president is going to move ahead with that. I have noticed something, though. I have noticed something in some of the places that I go to that carry CBD stuff, which is the legal marijuana that people can smoke here in Texas. They're getting rid of it. There's a place down the street that it's a gas station, but they're basically a head shop. I mean, they sell all kinds of, vapes. Gummies, it's flour and gummies. The vapes you can't sell anymore. They already got rid of those. But I've just noticed that a lot of places are putting their stock on discount. This place put their legal weed, at 50%. And there's a sign out front that says laws are changing. And it's a privately owned gas station. It's not a company place or a franchise. And they're selling off their stock. And I've just noticed this with a few of the places. Now, that's kind of interesting when you have this murmurs of a reclassification of pot, in that, and I think, James, you have mentioned this, that maybe you got to get rid of all your stock if it goes legal in a sense where you can sell it and you can sell the real thing. I don't know. It's just kind of odd that you're hearing about a reclassification while all these places are suddenly selling off their weed.
Okay, well, first of all, I think of state laws first.
Right.
Okay, and then,
right.
I guess you would want to move inventory, but you would be anticipating it to, if you were reducing it to 50%, you would be anticipating that the laws are going to change within this calendar year. That's not going to happen.
I don't know. It's just kind of odd
to sell their products.
But they're actually removing stuff from the shelves. That's what's weird to me. So I don't know.
Completely, or putting them on discount shelves?
No, like a lot of different products are just going away. Like they're not replacing them once they sell them.
Yeah,
they're trying to obviously get rid of the stuff.
Where do they go with their product?
I don't know, Elaine. People just buy it. They've cut the prices in 50%, and a lot of these places are just getting rid of their stock. I don't know why. I just think it's interesting that around that time you hear murmurs about a reclassification. And I don't know. I have no idea. I just thought it was a really interesting. I just made that connection in my head. Well, all these places are suddenly selling this stuff at half off.
Yeah, even if we do get some type of nationwide legalization, every storefront's going to have to apply to be certified to sell whatever, like the dispensaries are in their individual states. So this is, I think they're just getting rid of stock.
It may be, but more than likely, that's exactly what it is. I don't know. It was an interesting observation given what we heard yesterday. Got to take a break. 210-599-5555. It's Sean on News Talk 550 KTSA.
It's home selling season. What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. That never happens with Orchard. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new new home on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on the market for top dollar. One customer said their house went under contract within 24 hours. That's amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Trying to keep up with today's fast-changing digital landscape? With more ways to consume content than ever before, it is getting harder to reach your customers. You need more than just a presence. You need the experts at Conrex Digital. We craft websites that convert. We curate engaging content on social and blog channels. We generate quality leads through Google and Meta. We dominate your competition on streaming TV. Bold marketing, real results. Conrex Digital makes it happen. Visit conrexdigital.com. That's conrexdigital.com.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
KTSA. It's 7 o'clock, KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. The White House is waiting to hear back from whoever's really in charge in Iran. And once that happens, peace negotiations are expected to resume. On Wednesday, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the White House wants a unified response after the deaths of most of the regime's senior leaders in the early days of Operation Epic Fury. President Trump extended the existing ceasefire on Tuesday. The Pentagon confirming U.S. Navy Secretary John Phelan is out of a job, but the move's not expected to make a big difference in the U.S. naval blockade now happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Correspondent Jeff McCausland.
The service secretaries, in fact, even the Chief of Naval Operations, or what we call in the military a force provider. Their primary job is to provide the force. So the Secretary would be looking at shipbuilding future, looking at recruiting, looking at retention, looking at sustaining bases and the like. And he would have some involvement, but not much, in the actual ongoing day-to-day combat operations.
Phelan's the latest high-profile military official to be shown the door in recent months. If you applied for enrollment in the Texas School Voucher Program, you're about to find out if you were accepted.
Acting Comptroller Kelly Hancock's office started notifying parents on Wednesday whether they'll be taking part in the program. Hancock says more than 42,000 students in the first priority tier will get award notices between now and Friday. The Comptroller's office will have a lottery next week to figure out which students in the second priority tier will get award notices. Each tier is defined by income level. Stacey Keene, KTSA News.
Joint Base San Antonio could soon be powered in part by a small on-site nuclear reactor. The U.S. Air Force has announced Wednesday JBSA has been chosen as the third potential location for a nuclear microreactor. The idea is to bring an advanced nuclear reactor to at least one Air Force post by 2030. The microreactor is about the size of a pickup truck and generates about a megawatt of power. That's enough to light up about 250 homes on a hot day. There's a lot happening in sports right now. Let's get caught up with KTSA Sports, sponsored by Connecticut Quality Water Systems. And here we go with Rob Thompson.
In the NBA, the Spurs continue to add to their trophy collection as Keldon Johnson was named Sixth Man of the Year. Johnson beat out Miami's Jaime Jaquez Jr. and Denver's Tim Hardaway Jr. It's draft day in the NFL, and the Dallas Cowboys made free agent news. As Stephen Jones told us yesterday, they are not negotiating with George Pickens. He is playing under the franchise tag. The Cowboys currently hold the 12th and the 20th picks in tonight's draft, while the Texans have the 28th. You can catch all the coverage live on San Antonio Sports Star starting at 6. In Major League Baseball, the Rangers took on the Pirates and fell. Final score 8-4. Cole Winn takes the loss. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA News Time 7:03.
The decision to retire is a big one. According to Jay Kirkwood, there's more to it than you think.
They've just kind of got it in their mind that, well, I'm 60 and the finances work, so I'm going to retire. That shouldn't be it. Like, there's some people that at 55, they're like, I just can't do this anymore. I'm going to retire. I'm super happy. There's other people we've got that are 70 that are working and they're like, I love it. I love going. Well, don't stop. If you love it, keep doing it.
For common sense advice on retirement, tune in to Clear Skies Retirement, Sundays at noon, right here on KTSA.
I love my Kinetico water softener. Dave here, and yes, I own a Kinetico. Other water softeners just can't measure up. So if your old unit keeps breaking, leaking, or burning through salt, stop paying for frustration. A Kinetico doesn't run on electricity. It powers itself using your water flow and only cleans itself when needed, not on a timer. And Kinetico backs its efficiency claims with independent testing through the Water Quality Association. Kinetico protects your plumbing and appliances. It helps dishes and fixtures stay cleaner and leaves your skin and hair feeling better. And right now, with the purchase of a Kinetico, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. For clean, pure water 24/7, call Kinetico of San Antonio and the Hill Country, 210-656-PURE, and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
KTSA.com.
License number 38961.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
It's Car Care Month, and Summit Racing has what you need for bumper-to-bumper care. Revive the interior, exterior, underhood, and more. Shop summitracing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends May 3rd, 2026.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time 7:05. Let's see what's happening with KTSA Time Saver traffic.
Good morning. Looks like a new trouble spot on the southwest side at Loop 410, westbound at Somerset. Left lane blocked. Stop and go from Palo Alto. 1604 northbound Bandera, that stall is in the right lane. And this road work on 35 northbound, this is our heaviest delay right now. Right as you approach 1604, roadway reduced to one lane, 25-minute travel time, slow from Thousand Oaks. And then southbound 35 approaching 1604, just the left lane is open. Loop 410 westbound approaching Broadway, this road work has the roadway reduced to one lane, and that's a 10-minute delay, slow from 35. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
After a cloudy start, a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Warm and humid, the high of 84. Breezy this evening, otherwise humid and warm tonight. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 69 in Hill Country. A morning thunderstorm in spots Friday, otherwise warm and humid with the high of 87. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
You got cloudy skies, 70 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550, KTSA.
7 minutes after 7 on Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. You can check out his videos on KTSA.com. In fact, we got a new video that I put up this morning that's being posted. And the streaming and all that stuff is on the website, KTSA.com, all Riccardi's videos. And also we'll give away some Gunslinger tickets a little later on in the program, actually probably next hour. So if you want to get a family 4-pack to see the missions, do that. We were just watching some video released by the Department of War.
The Gunslingers.
Oh, what did I say?
The missions.
Oh, Gunslingers. Sorry. I'm a baseball guy. I'm always thinking Gunslingers. If you want family 4-packs of tickets to see the Gunslingers at one of their home games. I actually went to one last year, and I'd never seen indoor football before. It's quite rambunctious.
Rambunctious.
Well, it's kind of like roller derby, if you're sitting there by the rail, and I was there with Trey when we were there, and they very often slam into that rail, man. It's exciting stuff, and the Gunslingers are pro-American and pro-family, and they're a good bunch of folks. So if you want to go, we'll do that a little later on to see the Gunslingers. But we were all kind of sitting here watching some video released by the Department of War on their X account. I'm still getting used to saying that.
Oh, yeah.
The Department of War.
Look how many people aren't saying it. They're still saying defense.
Of course. Where you had an oil tanker that was heading, into the blockade or trying to make it to an Iranian port. And Elaine was commenting, we just stopped it. We just dropped right on that thing. And oil tankers are not little boats, man. They are massive vessels.
They have video of them climbing up the ship, and the people on the ship are calling them pirates.
They're pirates. No, they're called Marines. They're going to kick your ass.
In other news, oil tankers also don't move very fast.
No, they don't.
So they're easy to stop and track down.
They're not fast-moving vessels. They certainly are, but they are massive. And watching these guys and they don't. What people don't fail to realize, or they don't realize because they just don't know, is that there's not like a lot of people on these things that man these things. You don't have like a large bunch of people on an oil tanker. It's actually, as far as the part that controls it's mostly just space. To put the oil and whatever you're transporting, and the people who actually, the crew of a thing like that is not a large bunch of people.
So you're thinking, okay, they're about 2 football fields long, easily 200 yards
They're massive,
long.
yeah.
And it's only about maybe 25 crew.
That's it.
On
And
an
it's
oil tanker.
mostly surface. So I mean, you're just besides the captain's or the tower where they steer the damn thing and do all the navigation, all that stuff.
What's the cook called?
The cook?
Yeah, they just call him the cook.
I guess
on a boat.
Steven Seagal. I don't know. He was a cook on a big ship. But it's just a big floating box, really, that holds a lot of oil. And watching these Marines just kind of rappel down. And yeah, they're pirates. That's the modern day. Now, again, they're highly trained military professionals who will kill you. If you give them a reason to.
Not a Johnny Depp amongst them.
Now, this ain't Captain Jack Sparrow dropping in on your deck, okay? But you have heard of me. No, these are military professionals who will seriously kick your ass if you interfere. They don't really care if you call them pirates or anything else. So we've stopped, I think, upwards of 30 vessels trying to go through the blockade. The other breaking news as far as Iran, and again, I had mentioned in the first hour, there was some erroneous reporting. I've used that word twice today, erroneous. What a great word. That there was a 3 to 5 day timeline on this. Caroline Leavitt, both on the lawn there and also with Martha McCallum, had said, no, the president has no timeline. Trump himself has said he's in no rush. We had talked last hour also about these 8 women who were to be executed, and I didn't go into the details. You know the details as far as how that takes place. It's a very awful, barbaric, and messy thing to do. The way they go about that, and Trump the day before had asked the Iranian government, whomever that is. It'll be a great start to our negotiations if you don't execute these 8 women. And so 4 of them have been released, and 4 of them are going to do like a month in prison. Now, a month in an Iranian prison could be a torture chamber of its own. I don't know. Because he said, Trump in his truths or his admonitions to these people said, don't hurt them. Don't hurt, So possibly they'll leave these 4 women alone in prison because Trump said, don't mess with them. And we're, destroying your entire country. And we're if we have to, we'll kill your entire leadership, every single one of you. And so I want to think that they're going to be okay during that month stay in prison. But, again, you're dealing with a society or a regime, whatever scraps of it are left, that are pretty much stuck in the first century. I mean, these are savages. These are people that do horrible things to other people, especially women. So I don't know to what extent, apart from the official explanation we're getting, which is the word fractured keeps coming up, right? We don't really have a set leadership. We have a bunch of different individuals or people or groups. I guess some claiming that they're leadership. Some of them are crazy. Some of them are Revolutionary Guard types. And so how do you get an agreement with a government that doesn't really exist? So obviously that played into the extension, but I wonder to what extent these 8 women also played a part with a guy like Trump. But again, Trump, the latest we have is that Trump is saying I'm in no rush for negotiations. There's no time frame on this. It's not 3 to 5 days. I don't know. It could be 72 hours. It could be next week. Who knows? And to a certain extent, I really kind of admire that about Trump in that I don't really get the sense, and I could be completely wrong, I'm not really getting the sense that the guy is all that motivated. I'm sure he's motivated by politics and the midterms looming and all that stuff. He's watching the numbers like everybody else, but it doesn't seem to be affecting his choices because an extension politically was not a great choice. The longer this goes on, the more he and they are going to suffer politically, in my opinion. And so when you're out there saying, I'm in no rush, you're obviously not that concerned about the politics of it.
He needs to have this wrapped up by beginning in June to the latest
Well, I would
June
say
15th. Because he needs 5 months of midterm campaign.
Well, I said that. Yeah, I said that last week. I said, does he need to wrap this up by summer?
Yes.
By the time we get into the summer, but it doesn't appear. Again, the extension did not help him politically, but obviously he knows stuff that we don't. He understands the situation on a level that I don't. That we don't. We don't have all the information. So, no rush, he says. And we boarded a tanker that was headed for Iran with a bunch of oil and rappelled a bunch of Marines down onto the deck and took it. We're pirates now, and that's kind of where it's kind of where we are right now.
It seems like, Sean, the only government that we can really trust and talk to right now is the Pakistani government, who is doing our hosting the negotiations and the peace talk.
It seems to be a pretty solid relationship with them.
Yeah, because we trusted them to say, okay, you asked us not to.
Right.
But that's it. I can't think of anyone else helping in this.
Well, Israel and still, killing people in Lebanon, Hezbollah. But interesting side note that we're going to take a break. There were some IDF guys, a guy who took a sledgehammer to an icon of Jesus, a statue of Jesus in one of these villages where they're operating, and it was announced yesterday that the individual who actually destroyed the statue of Jesus has lost his rank. He's being penalized. He's going to go to jail, charged with a crime. There was another officer with the IDF that was filming it. Okay, he's facing charges. And the military personnel who were surrounding this event and didn't intervene, they're also going to suffer some consequence as a result. So 210-599-5555. We'll take a break. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA. Humid and cloudy today, especially this morning. We'll have a mix of clouds and sun for the rest of the day, a high of 85. Cloudy, warm, and humid overnight with a low of 72. Might see a thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, cloudy and warm with a high of 86. It's 70 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. Looks like a new trouble spot on the southwest side at Loop 410, westbound at Somerset. Left lane blocked. Stop and go from Palo Alto. 1604 northbound Bandera, that stall is in the right lane. And this road work on 35 northbound, this is our heaviest delay right now. Right as you approach 1604, roadway reduced to one lane, 25-minute travel time, slow from Thousand Oaks. And then southbound 35 approaching 1604, just the left lane is open. Loop 410 westbound approaching Broadway, this road work has the roadway reduced to one lane, and that's a 10-minute delay, slow from 35. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
The Jack Show.
It's amazing. We have just similar taste.
This afternoon at 3.
He's an incredible guy and a good guy.
On News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Spring is here, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your home with new Window World windows, siding, doors, and more from Window World. For a limited time during our spring savings event, get 0% interest for 15 months or take advantage of payments as low as $99 a month for up to 10 years with approved credit. And that's not all. Upgrade your home's look with our premium architectural series by Windsor, available in over 50 beautiful painted or stained finishes. Take $200 off every window and $300 off any patio door. Whether you're boosting curb appeal, increasing energy efficiency, or just ready for a fresh new look, Window World has you covered. Proudly fourth generation, locally family owned, we're committed to service for generations. But don't wait, these limited time savings won't last long. Call Window World of San Antonio today or visit windowworldtx.com to schedule your free in-home consultation online. Window World, quality you can trust from a family that's been serving San Antonio and the Texas Hill Country for generations.
My name is Jackie, and after years suffering with high blood pressure, osteoarthritis, chronic stress, and insomnia, it took an unresolved and debilitating digestive issue to finally make the call. I made an appointment with Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health. His whole body approach worked to identify the root causes of my unique issues, and he developed a customized plan to restore my health. And with the help of everyone at the Institute for Functional Health, we have. My digestive issues are gone. I no longer take any prescription medications, no longer walk with a cane. My stress is well managed. I'm sleeping 7 hours each night. And bonus, I've lost weight. I'm down to a size 4 from a size 14. Dr. Torres and the entire IFFH team were there to support and encourage me every step of the way. I'm 59 years old. I'm healthier and happier than ever. Dr. Torres has truly changed my life.
I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health. Call me for a free consultation, 468-1891, or online at iffhealth.com.
Spring into style at the Flooring Connection outlet, 1132 Arion Parkway behind Northside Ford. Save up to $500 on select Shaw products. Purchase materials only, or let the Flooring Connection handle the installation for you. The Flooring Connection outlet.
Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally, not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057, or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
And we're back. News Talk 550 KTSA, FM 1071. It's Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday. Check us out online, KTSA.com. And Gunslinger tickets coming up in about an hour. We'll be giving away some family 4-packs. Hanging out, talking about the news of the day, and we were just talking about how Trump and through his own voice and via Caroline Leavitt had kind of dispelled this reporting we saw yesterday that there was a timeline on this thing. It's going to be 3 to 5 days. Talking about the extension, Trump has now said there's no timeline. I'm in no rush. And I was just talking to Christian Blood, our news director, during the break there. And we were talking about how he doesn't appear to be affected by political considerations because obviously, the longer it goes on and with each extension, his political enemies are going to make it out to be weakness. The media are going to make it out to be, we're mired in another war and, they're going to go after him from that point. I don't think he gives a crap. And Christian's point to me just now, I don't mean to tell tales out of church, but we were talking about Trump is squeezing them to the tune of $500 million a day. Their economy is disappearing. I don't see Trump is not in a rush because he knows he doesn't have to be. Because as long as they maintain the blockade, their economy is disappearing if it exists at all. So if it's being characterized by anybody as some sort of weakness or he's dithering or he's not, really sure of what he's doing, I think you really underestimate Trump, but that's what people do on a regular basis. They underestimate Donald Trump. I want to talk about Houston for a second. We mentioned yesterday this business of the city council voting on a policy regarding ICE. And they had a policy they had voted on that basically local PD in Houston would not have to hold on to somebody who was on detainer for, a half hour or whatever it was for ICE to show up. They just let him go. In other words, they voted pretty much to go against state law banning the practices of sanctuary city stuff. by voting to refuse to work with ICE and hold on to these people. Greg Abbott, our governor, came back and said, okay, well, you're in breach of contract because it's state law, so in a sense, that's a kind of contract. And if you don't reverse this policy immediately, you're going to have to pay the state $114 million. You're going to have to pay us. You're in violation of state law. You're in violation of your contract with the state government, if you will. And I believe he said not only we're going to cut off, it was 110, but I think altogether it's 114. And I think also they were going to block any additional money from the state coming into Houston. Well, the heavy-handed tactics apparently worked because the Houston City Council has voted 13-4 to amend that sanctuary ordinance to be in compliance with state law. Meanwhile, ICE in Houston have arrested almost 300 illegal criminal aliens in the Houston area in the past 2 weeks. 277 to be exact. And of course, I'm reading this from Breitbart, and they give you a list of most of the people that they picked up. They're bad dudes, and these are the people that the city council wanted to just let go. We got MS-13 guys. We got a whole bunch of guys they picked up who are convicted of homicide. We have a guy from Vietnam, a 54-year-old criminal illegal alien convicted of murder in 91 in Houston. They picked him up. He's been on a removal order for over a quarter century. For over 25 years, this guy has been in Houston convicted of murder, roaming the streets. Think about that for a second. They got their hands on that guy. Foreign nationals from Mexico, homicide, drug possession. We got some child predators. Pedro Joel Martinez, a 52-year-old criminal illegal alien, a convicted child rapist from El Salvador. He entered this country twice illegally. He was convicted of aggravated sexual assault of a child under 14 years of age in Tarrant County, Texas in 2011. They got their hands on that guy. We got a whole bunch. In fact, we have a whole bunch of child predators that they picked up in this operation in Houston. 277 people that the city council of Houston had previously voted. They're not unlike our own city council right now, had previously voted, hey, wow, we stop these guys for anything and we're just going to let them go. Because like a lot of city councils across the country that are largely populated by lunatics, I guess they're more concerned about illegals voting and the brown contingency, if you will, as far as their support base. They don't want to upset anybody. Let them go. And these are the worst of the worst. 15 gang members or associates, 67 robbers, 6 murderers. These are all the folks who were picked up in this ICE operation inside Houston. 17 child predators, 16 drug traffickers, 6 murderers, 11 aliens convicted of hit and run were picked up. So I guess, as far as Governor Abbott, it worked, strong-arming. Unfortunately, and Trey says it all the time, I say it all the time, sometimes what you got to do is you got to cut off the money, and that's when you get their attention. 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. Make sure you check us out online at KTSA.com. We got all kinds of cool videos, short videos and streaming and all that stuff, all kinds of content. Christian Blood, our news director, posts a lot of stuff on the website, KTSA.com. We'll take a break. It's Ware and Rima, News Talk 550, KTSA.
Ware and Rima, on air and online every morning.
And actually, they become hot as a pistol. So what can I tell you?
Watch the show weekday morning 6 till 10, only on KTSA.com.
Hey, Trey Ware here for the great folks at Mummies over in Hondo. There's more to Mummies. They are South Texas firearm headquarters. If you're looking for anything when it comes to firearms, brands like Benelli and Horizon, Montana, Weatherby, Colt, SIG, Glock, and so much more, there's only one place in Texas to go. That's South Texas firearm headquarters at Mummies in Hondo, with the largest selection of firearms of all kinds. Long guns, handguns, ARs, they've got them all, and they have them in stock for you today. And of course, a huge selection of accessories. If you're looking for it when it comes to optics or anything else, it's at Mummies and Hondo. And ammo, well, all the name brands that you know, that you trust, and you love, you're going to find at Mummies and Hondo. Well, Mummies has everything. Everything from turtle box speakers to poncho shirts to the best deer corn anywhere and best cattle feed too. They've got it all at Mummies and Hondo. When you're looking for anything to do with firearms and accessories, you're going to find it at Mummies and Hondo. Tell them Trey Ware said hello.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaid spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Ensure your retirement income with Big State Financial and their Safe Money retirement programs. No matter what the market does, you won't lose a penny. Call 210-373-6000 to schedule your free review.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
The U.S. is boarding another oil tanker believed to be smuggling oil out of Iran. And now Iran's showing video of its forces doing the same thing. No deal to end the war just yet. ICE is funded along with the Border Patrol, and Democrat support was not needed to get that done. And a 9-figure donation headed to the University of Texas. We'll talk about who's handing that over coming up at 8 o'clock. KTSA News Time, 7:33.
Good morning. Our heaviest delay continues to be this road work on the northeast side. This report sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance on 35 northbound. Right as you approach 1604, we've got road work, roadway reduced to 1 lane, 35-minute travel time. Stop and go from Thousand Oaks. I-10 eastbound Cincinnati, this is a new trouble spot. It's a stall, right lane, and a wreck at 410 westbound Somerset, left lane blocked. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes, better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
A mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Warm and soupy, the high of 84. Breezy this evening, otherwise overcast and humid. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 69 in Hill Country. A morning thunderstorm in spots, otherwise warm and humid again Friday, the high 87. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Soupy might be a good way to put it. Relative humidity 96%, otherwise cloudy and 71 at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
And we're back 7:34. It's Ware and Rima. Trey's off this week. Got a little bit in excess. Didn't make the Hall of Fame this year. Kick is one of the most perfect records ever, recorded.
Yes, it is.
1987, was it? 85?
87.
87, I thought, yeah. That's not a bad song on that record.
Not one.
And we are, Ware and Rima. Again, Trey's off this week. He'll be back on Monday. He's doing videos every day, giving you his thoughts. So if you want to check that out, KTSA.com. We're posting a video of me talking about chicken on a stick, so that'll be up soon. Happy Fiesta, San Antonio. And I guess I mischaracterized this tanker. This tanker was leaving with Iranian oil, I guess, arguably to be sold. And that's the one we stopped. And they're also firing on ships as well. They're calling us pirates, as Elaine pointed out. And just one more thought, and then we'll get into some other stuff here. In fact, I have a story that Elaine's just gonna love. I have a story that you are just gonna be so happy about. I know this has kept you awake at night.
Is it about a dog that's a crime investigator?
No, it's not about a dog.
Okay.
But first and foremost, I think Trump's in the best position because, as Christian, you and I were talking, they're losing $500 million a day that this blockade goes on. So he really is in the big chair on this one. They're not going to have a choice at some point if they're trying to sneak ships out and we're just stopping them and putting Marines on the deck. Elaine, I know this was keeping you awake at night, but the illegal alien who stole Kristi Noem's purse is getting 3 years in prison.
That's it? What were the contents of the purse?
It might have been her weave.
Her weave, her extensions?
I just know you're such a fan.
Makeup?
And she had $3,000 in cash in that Gucci purse.
So that makes it a felony.
Yeah.
Oh,
so she had
wow.
$3,000 in there in cash and a whole bunch of credit cards.
Makeup. That's probably worse.
Probably a fair amount of
The
makeup.
makeup bag is probably $1,000. I'm just being jealous.
She probably had a gun in there, too.
Gun, maybe some gold bars. I don't know.
Instead of a rabbit's foot, a goat's foot.
A goat's foot.
A dog foot.
Oh, my God, a dog foot. She had a dog's paw on a keychain. Christian Rodrigo Montesino Sanzana of Chile. If you're in talk radio, I got to say it. Chile. And he was sentenced to 13 months in prison last month. Or 13 months last month, but I guess there's additional charges. He faces 3 years total for stealing. Okay, now the only reason I bring it up is we just picked up a guy in Houston who is guilty of murder. Okay? And this guy was allowed to wander around Houston for 25 years before he got him. But we got the guy who stole Christie's purse, man. She doesn't even have the gig anymore. They slammed the guy. We got you, man. They got him.
They had chopper over him.
But you know what I'm saying? We put a purse snatcher in for 3 years. Dudes will shove somebody on the subway tracks and walk out of the DA's office that day.
And when he's in the booty house, they're going to ask him, what are you in here for?
Purse snatching. I just snatched the wrong purse, man. If I'd have snatched an ordinary person's purse, it wouldn't have mattered. I wouldn't be here. No, think about this for a second, okay? If my man Christian Rodrigo, okay, had stolen anybody else's purse, he probably would have been out that day. You know what I mean? Like if he was an illegal. If he stole somebody's purse in Houston, he'd just walk out the door, man. Be back out on the street stealing more purses. But he made the mistake of stealing Kristi Noem's purse, and she ain't even got the gig anymore. And he's going away for 3 years, man. I like Kristi. I'm not an anti-Kristi, but it just seems a little lopsided.
Wasn't she at like at a banquet or something?
No, I thought she was at a restaurant.
Yeah, it was a restaurant.
A restaurant.
But like a high dollar restaurant, obviously. And he's 52 years of age. Or no, that's the guy who was. Oh, I got the wrong guy. That was as the actual purse snatcher. It was some guy named Bustamante Laiva.
De Jesus.
Just add that in.
I always like to throw that in.
De
They have like
Jesus.
4 or 5 last names.
Bustamante Laiva de Jesus. Well, no, we just added the de Jesus part. Janine Pirro said in a statement, Bustamante Laiva came to Washington illegally to prey on citizens of the district. He methodically targeted women at restaurants, stealing their purses and monetizing the stolen cards within minutes. His pattern of theft ends here. He will serve his prison term and be deported.
Dun, 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 dun,
Because he stole Kristi Noem's purse. You have to wonder if the guy even knew who she was. You know what I mean? Like afterwards he's going through her stuff and he finds her driver's license. Oh, no. Oh, hell.
He had no
Boy,
clue.
did I screw up, man. Do I know which wrong purse to steal, eh?
No clue who she was.
Well, I imagine he didn't. But he found out. His lawyer's like, you realize, his public defender, whoever he had, you realize that you stole the director of Homeland Security's purse. That's who you just stole from. Not going to be a good day for you. I wonder if, like, this guy Bustamante was, like, really happy when Kristi got fired. Not that it makes any difference, you know what I mean?
Charges.
I just think it's funny. 3 years for snatching a purse, and yet in every major city in this country, practically, we're letting guys go after they, kill somebody or, hit somebody with their car
So Kristi
or commit
Noem
all
got-
kinds of acts.
Kristi Noem got justice
Kristi Noem got justice for her purse.
for her purse.
$3,000 in a purse, in cash. What do you think you're going to need that for? Well, I guess when you live with that vibration.
What the heck are you doing? Your Department of Homeland Security. Why are you carrying around a purse? Don't you have like a...
Don't you have like a dude who like carries your stuff for you?
Yeah, somebody.
Was she going to hit the Walmart? Want to make sure she had cash? $3,000
Or a
bucks?
fanny pack.
You know, ladies, Elaine, there's no way she's going out on a night on a town without a matching purse for her outfit. No way.
Oh, God.
Yes. At a nice restaurant, she's got to look
Well, and you've been to D.C. D.C. restaurants are, a little pricey, especially, where somebody with like the Department of Homeland Security chick goes to eat dinner. Like, these are expensive places.
I ate at one place with my parents in D.C., and you know how in regular restaurants they walk around and like, would you like more bread? They had huge blocks of blue cheese, and they would just walk around and cut you off some more blue cheese.
Right.
And I've never seen it anywhere else again, and I can't find the
Would
restaurant.
you like another scoop of beluga? You know?
No, it was nuts. It was in the Senate district, or what's it called?
You know, Georgetown?
I guess so, where all the congressmen eat and dine.
Probably Georgetown. I was at the Heritage Foundation for a week when I was at the station in Austin. Did my shows live from there, and we went. What's the big hotel? Not the Watergate.
Man.
What's the big hotel? I ended up partying with Glenn Beck's staff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for drinking very expensive screwdrivers far into the night.
You weren't paying for them, though.
Hell no.
Hell no. Yeah, it is, Elaine, it is damn expensive up there in D.C.
You may need $3,000, in your wallet or your purse.
That would make me uncomfortable.
I wouldn't feel. I feel weird if I have a 20 on me. You know what I mean?
Well,
I couldn't
I don't
imagine
mind having
bebopping around
$3,000
with 3,000 on my body.
But whenever we have a certain amount of money on us, I always have Ralph. Well, now I'm pinpointing Ralph. Now you take Ralph out.
Oh God! You just targeted Ralph.
He's the one carrying the
Don't
money.
shoot me. Shoot my husband.
He's the one carrying the cash. Well done. 210-599-5555. Anyway, if you have any thoughts about Kristi Noem's purse snatcher getting 3 years in a federal prison, I'm sorry, it just hit me. I'm not. I love Kristi. I wish she was still, around. I really enjoy. I thought she was great. Apparently, she had a lot of other things going on, But I just that story hit me kind of funny. Like, you steal her purse and you go away for 3 years. What's that? Got somebody on line one? Who do we have here? Chris, how are you?
I am fine. Yes, D.C.'s very expensive. So is San Francisco, which is why when you hear the politicians talk about, oh, my God, we have to raise the minimum wage, because they live in $1 million home that down here is $250,000.
Yes.
They have no concept of what public is.
I would agree, especially here in San Antonio. Like, I I've lived, outside of Baltimore, D.C. I've lived in, outside of Denver, even in Austin.
Free.
And I came here, and it's like, you can live like a king here. What you'll barely scrape by on in other towns, let alone D.C., man.
I drove by a new subdivision going up, and they're building homes from the 150,000 here in San Antonio. And they're really tiny, and they're really cheap, and they go back to the old Ray Ellison type of stuff.
Right.
Very tight, very small. But you can still get a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home for $150K here.
Yeah, you're not going to get that in Northern Virginia or D.C. or anything like that.
Hell no.
Or even in Austin.
I had a friend of mine. His home up there was $3 million, and it was my size.
$3 million. Good Lord. All right, man. Appreciate the call. Thank you. 210-599-5555. 210-599-5555. Again, Gunslinger tickets. We'll give those away in about 45 minutes. It is Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday on News Talk 550 KTSA. Weather-wise, humid and cloudy today. This morning, actually, with a mix of clouds and sun for the afternoon, a high of 85. Cloudy, warm, and humid tonight, the low 72. Might see a thunderstorm tomorrow morning. Otherwise, cloudy and warm, a high of 86. It's 70 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. This road work on 35 is causing some heavy delays. This report sponsored by Positive Coaching Alliance. Northbound 35 approaching 1604. We've got the roadway reduced to one lane due to road work. Stop and go from Thousand Oaks, so only that left lane is open. Start moving over. Already a 30-minute delay. I-10 eastbound Cincinnati, that's a stall right lane, and an accident 410 westbound Somerset, left lane blocked. If you have questions about youth or high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA builds better athletes, better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Call Trajan today at 210-201-7100. That's 210-201-7100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Thomas J. Henry Law fights even when the insurance company says your claim is worth nothing. Thomas J. Henry doesn't back down. That's how we put over $1 billion in our clients' pockets in just the last 4 years. Visit ThomasJHenryLaw.com. Principal Office, San Antonio.
When you want the best, when you want a metal roof that doesn't cost that much more, that is truly lifetime quality, that's backed up by a company with years and years and years of experience, and that's what Southwest Metal Roofing Systems is all about. But it's not just the metal, it's the workmanship. They do it right the first time, every time. They can give you the best warranty in the industry because they never have to come out and do anything. It's getting close to 20 years since they put the roof on my home up in Bernie, and I've not called them with a single problem. You have a lot of choices. If you don't like brilliant standing seam metal, you can have your choice of about 20 different colors. I chose red, and the story behind that I won't go into. But you can also have roofs that don't even look like metal, look like ceramic tile or slate or shake shingles. Southwest Metal Roofing Systems does it all at amazingly reasonable prices. Learn more? Give them a call. 210-822-6868. That's 210-822-6868 for Southwest Metal Roofing Systems.
Chris, what's the biggest mistake people make with their smart home tech?
Buying pieces without thinking about how they'll all work together.
People get excited about the latest gadgets, but forget about the system behind it all.
That's why we take a different approach at Bjorn's.
We start with your lifestyle, how you live, what you love, and build technology around you.
A home theater enthusiast doesn't need the same setup as someone working remotely or a music lover.
Every solution we create is tailored to your needs, not some one-size-fits-all package.
That's the difference between just having tech and having the right tech.
And when everything's designed to work together, it feels effortless.
You stop fighting working with your system and start enjoying it.
Whether it's entertainment, lighting, privacy, or all of the above, we make it work.
Come experience what personalized technology really looks like in our showroom.
Because if it's technology,
it's at Bjorn's, just Bjorn's.
If you're bugged by bugs, call Pied Piper Pest Control at 826-2030. Even if you've spoken to another company, call Pied Piper for a second opinion. Online at sabugs.com or call 826-2030 for Pied Piper Pest Control.
I'm James, owner of Patriot Drive-In Cleaning. Clogged dryer vents are a leading cause of house fires, and it's important that they're cleaned annually. Schedule your cleaning today at cleanmydryervent.org. That's cleanmydryervent.org. Keep your family safe with Patriot Drive-In Cleaning.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Today's Pledge of Allegiance, powered by Stevens Roofing.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. God bless America.
And we're back, 7:51 on Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday. I'm Sean. Hi. I'm the Rima part of Ware and Rima. Phone lines are 210-599-5555. And just going to catch you up on the big stories. Again, as far as Iran, Trump says, despite some of the reporting you heard yesterday, he's in no rush, quote, no rush with Iran and the ceasefire, or the extension, rather, on the ceasefire. Again, they're leeching about $500 million a year, or a day, rather, with the blockade. We boarded a vessel that was trying to get some Iranian oil out through the blockade, and we stopped it. So he's in no rush. The other big story, obviously, is a conciliation bill overnight in the Senate. $70 billion is going to be allocated. It's conciliation, so a simple majority was needed. Only Rand Paul and what's her name, Mikulski from Alaska, did not vote for it. It will fund ICE and DHS through the end of Trump's term. Goes to the House now. But, as far as the Save America Act, man, that's pretty much dead, isn't it? I mean, John Kennedy, he added an amendment for the Save America Act. But, I mean, nothing's going to come of it. I mean, it's pretty much dead.
It sounds like
nothing's going to happen with that.
And sounds like unless the Republicans nuke the filibuster, it's not going to happen. That's what I'm saying.
And again, it's what, 80% of all of them? Is that the number we work with? 80% across the board?
Okay,
Democrats and Republicans want this?
Let's drop it down to 70-30. It's still significantly high.
Yeah, and I forget who said. I think it was Kennedy himself who said it was a no-brainer. But here's how I take that. And then I'll get into this. If we have time, I'll get into this Tom Suitsy guy and talking about the South and why people are actually leaving New York. It's not because New York is too expensive. It's not because it's anti-business. It's not because there's a freaking Islamic socialist running the whole damn town now. There's another reason why people are leaving New York, and I'll tell you what that is, according to one Democrat Congressman, Tom Suitsy.
We got time for that.
But, the Save America Act, to me, it's the swamp protecting itself. Nobody wants it. If you're inside the Beltway, if you're a congressman, now Democrats obviously don't want it because they want to cheat. They can't sell their agenda on its own merits because it's extreme and weird and people don't want it. That's why they focus on Trump. They can't, their own agenda. Think about that. The greatest weakness for Democrats corporately right now is their own stinking agenda. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants the open border. Nobody wants the tranny crap. Nobody wants any of this stuff.
Then why don't Republicans vote it?
Because they also don't want this to happen because, as we say every single day, they love being on the defense. They love, as Trey says, they love playing defense. But they don't want to do anything. So that's why I say it's almost, to me, the lack of interest, from both sides in getting the Save America Act, getting it actual, is the swamp protecting itself. Everybody likes I guess corporately, and I use that word in regards to our government, they want things to stay exactly the way it is.
But we're trying to save democracy, Sean, and the people want this. So why aren't we saving democracy?
Saving democracy means getting Donald Trump out of office, okay? Saving democracy for the Democrats means we got to get rid of Trump. It doesn't make any logical sense, especially coming from people who, let's see, what's the best example? Oh, yeah, COVID, right. Man, boy, they weren't loving democracy during COVID, were they? They were really kind of wrapping their arms around authoritarianism during COVID, and that's what they would do. Look, these are the same people that want to monitor the internet and see what posts you like and share so they can toss your ass in jail just like they do in the UK. Hearing any of these people run their mouths about democracy makes me want to vomit. It really does. But again, the Save America Act, as far as people, citizens of this country, both Republicans and Democrats, independents, everybody wants it. Because everybody wants to feel in the United States of America that our elections are valid. Why wouldn't you? It's America. We deal with the psychology of elections and voting in this country. We were just talking about it yesterday or last week, whatever Trey was on. Was it Friday maybe? About, MAGA, Republicans, conservatives, they end up not going to the polls because they figure the whole thing's rigged. What's the point? We're still dealing with 2020 in that sense, psychologically, emotionally. Democrats, rank and file Democrats, when they're polled, they love the Save America Act. They want to feel like their candidates are winning fair and square. I mean, I don't know to what extent, how big that room is. I don't know. But, you look at the polling on the Save America Act. I mean, we repeat this so often. You know this. As far as the people of this country, the people want it. If you gave a crap about democracy, you would look at those numbers and say, we got to get this thing passed. This is what the people want. But it's not about what the people want, and it hasn't been for some time. And that's on either side. So John Kennedy was the only senator who offered up anything resembling support for the Save America Act. It was an amendment. He added a bunch of other amendments he pretty much knew were going to fail. Again, $70 billion if the House, they have to go through it, I guess, and figure out if they want to change anything. But if they go ahead with it, $70 billion will go to DHS and ICE through the end of Donald Trump's term. But like I said in the first hour, okay, if these people are elected leaders were, private sector people, these people couldn't keep a taco truck open for 6 weeks. They really couldn't. You can't operate. I've worked in convenience stores. You couldn't operate this way without killing the business. All right, 210-599-5555. It's Ware and Rima on Newstalk 550 KTSA.
Hey, folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally. Not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057 or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
Hey, y'all, this is Dr. Mark Havercorn of River City Oral Surgery.
I just heard a River City Oral Surgery commercial, and I need to set the record straight. I'm recording this in my truck, so I apologize for any sound quality, but it's important to me that this is correct. I am not the only oral surgeon in town with hospital privileges. There are lots of oral surgeons in town with hospital privileges. I know most of them. I've worked with many of them. I've trained with some of them. I would let all of them operate on me easily, no question. Now, what does make us unique is that River City Oral Surgery is the only implant center in the area that I know of where there's a board-certified oral surgeon, me, who lives here in San Antonio and works in the practice full-time, a medical anesthesiologist, and a prosthodontist all working on you. 3 specialists. That's hard to find. So if we can help you in any way, give us a call, 210-778-0002. Thank you.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 8 o'clock, KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. The U.S. military is boarding another oil tanker in the Indian Ocean. And as that's happening, Iran is releasing video of its forces seizing 2 ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
Iran claiming retaliation for the U.S. capture of 2 vessels this week, with a member of its parliament taunting an eye for an eye, a tanker for a tanker. In a further show of defiance, state TV aired video of what it said were 2 of Iran's advanced ballistic missiles in a pro-government rally, showing Iranians shouting death to America.
That's correspondent Charlie Diagata. If a deal isn't reached to end the war over the next few days, Iran could start losing power plants and bridges throughout the country. The U.S. Senate's now passed a resolution that'll pay for ICE and Border Patrol operations.
DHS isn't quite funded yet. The resolution instructs the Senate Judiciary and Homeland Security Committees to each create 3-year, $70 billion budgets for the DHS agencies, and House action will be needed. Using the budget reconciliation process, Republicans rolled over Democratic objections.
That's correspondent Michael Toscano. We've got more on that story on the front page of KTSA.com. Why are houses exploding on the north side? Right now, the Fed is investigating to find out. Early reports say a buildup of natural gas caused multiple explosions at 2 houses on Preston Hollow Drive Tuesday night. The National Transportation Safety Board is now investigating. 5 people rushed to the hospital, 3 still critical. 10 houses were evacuated after San Antonio firefighters knocked down the fires. All but 5 households have gone back home. The University of Texas getting a big donation.
The gift is from the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation. It is more than $750 million, and it will fund the creation of the UT Dell Medical Center, as well as the UT Dell Campus for Advanced Research. The Dells have donated at least $10 billion to philanthropic causes. Patrick Johnson, KTSA News.
KTSA News Time is 8:02. Rob Thompson right here once again, KTSA Sports.
In the NBA, the Spurs continue to add to their trophy collection as Keldon Johnson was named 6th Man of the Year. Johnson beat out Miami's Jaime Jaquez Jr. and Denver's Tim Hardaway Jr. It's draft day in the NFL, and the Dallas Cowboys made free agent news. As Stephen Jones told us yesterday, they are not negotiating with George Pickens. He is playing under the franchise tag. The Cowboys currently hold the 12th and the 20th picks in tonight's draft, while the Texans have the 28th. You can catch all the coverage live on San Antonio Sports Star starting at 6. In Major League Baseball, the Rangers took on the Pirates and fell. Final score 8-4. Cole Winn takes the loss. I'm Rob Thompson for 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
KTSA News Time is 8:03.
Spring is here, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your home with new Window World windows, siding, doors, and more from Window World. For a limited time during our spring savings event, get 0% interest for 15 months or take advantage of payments as low as $99 a month for up to 10 years with approved credit. And that's not all. Upgrade your home's look with our premium architectural series by Windsor, available in over 50 beautiful painted or stained finishes. Take $200 off every window and $300 off any patio door. Whether you're boosting curb appeal, increasing energy efficiency, or just ready for a fresh new look, Window World has you covered. Proudly 4th generation, locally family owned, we're committed to service for generations. But don't wait, these limited time savings won't last long. Call Window World of San Antonio today or visit windowworldtx.com to schedule your free in-home consultation online. Window World, quality you can trust from a family that's been serving San Antonio and the Texas Hill Country for generations.
It's coming fast, and you don't want to miss it.
It's our annual Ewald Kubota Orange Days sales event. A week-long event with the year's best selection and the year's best deals on Kubota tractors, utility vehicles, and mowers. It's a hands-on opportunity to demo and get acquainted with our full line of Kubota equipment. And Saturday, April 25th, join us at any Ewald Kubota location and enjoy free food, refreshments, and awesome door prizes. The Ewald Kubota Orange Days sales event. Don't miss it.
John the Greek Restaurant open with a wide variety of Greek favorites, takeout and curbside options available for lunch and dinner Monday through Saturday. Thousand Oaks at 281 North. Call 210-403-0565 for John the Greek.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
KTSA News Time, 8:05. Let's get a quick check of KTSA Time Saver traffic.
Good morning. This road work on 35 on the northeast side, that's still our heaviest delay this morning. Northbound 35 as you approach 1604. Roadway reduced to one lane, slow from Thousand Oaks, so tack on at least an extra 30 minutes to your commute. 410 westbound approaching Harry Wurzbach. That is more road work. Roadway reduced to one lane, 20-minute delay slow from Randolph. And on 410 eastbound at Evers, disabled vehicle now off to the shoulder. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
After a cloudy start, a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Warm and humid, the high of 84. Breezy this evening, otherwise humid and warm tonight. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 69 in Hill Country. A morning thunderstorm in spots Friday, otherwise warm and humid with the high of 87. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
You got cloudy skies and 71 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550 KTSA.
6 minutes after 8 on Ware and Rima. I'm Sean Rima. Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday. He's still doing videos, and I'm doing videos. Jack's doing videos. There's videos, news stories on the website, KTSA.com. KTSA.com. We're also going to give away some Gunslinger tickets coming up at 8:30. So if you want to win a family 4-pack of tickets, be listening. The phone numbers will be 210-599-5555.
Are we reading that right, Sean?
What? Reading what right?
It's
what?
the U.S. Navy Secretary fired
Well,
amid. Okay, I got
no, yeah, the Navy guy. Yeah, Christian already reported on that.
We did. We fired our Secretary of Navy.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't planning on talking about that right now, but no, it's all right.
I didn't see that. I didn't hear it.
That's yes. We'll get into that a little later on. I was going to kind of recap where we are with Iran. Trump just put out on Truth Social that he was going to kill anybody on any boat that is trying to get oil out of Iran. In fact, we boarded a tanker, and we've all watched the video out of the Department of War, where these guys are rappelling down on the. Now, they themselves have taken 3 ships as well. They have commandeered 3 boats. They're calling us pirates. They've taken 3 vessels, but we're the pirates. And the other story out of Iran are these 8 women who were scheduled for execution. James had made an observation earlier. I am going to bring up here in a second. 8 women Trump had posted on Tuesday. It would really be good for the negotiations if you didn't execute these 8 women who were all connected to the protests against the government. And we've talked on this show before about what execution looks like for women in a place like Iran under, again, whomever is currently running the government. It's pretty brutal, to say the least. As Trey's pointed out, we've talked about it. Defile the women in a really hard and mean way, really bad, savage way, because that way they don't go to heaven after they execute them. And that's all done publicly, as I understand. And so, to make an example of them. With Trump's urging, they have said they're going to let 4 of them have already been released. 4 of them are going to be in jail for a month. Now, I don't know what that looks like, but Trump also said, don't harm them. And I wonder if they're taking that seriously. We'll see. So that's where we are on Iran at this moment. James you made an observation. We were looking at it. They brought up on screen. Then we'll get to the Navy guy here in a little bit. They had pictures of the women,
just
all 8, on screen.
Stunningly beautiful.
Just being objective, like they're all
none of them
observably attractive women,
and
young
also,
women.
Nobody looks over 27 years old.
No, and we're talking a lot of them. Some of them are as young as I think 16 or 14. One of the women.
Wow.
And you look at the culture there, which is pretty man-based, and women are basically treated like objects. They've layered all this Islamic, radicalized Islamic bullcrap on top of it, if you will, about going to heaven or not going to heaven, or what a woman's place is. And, if you're too westernized, we're going to kill you. If you look in the wrong direction, we're going to kill you. Your husband can kill you. We'll stone you to death. And then you look at the women that they actually arrest. And some of these women weren't actually involved in the protests themselves. They were just trying to help people who had been injured. And I'm just going to say, you just know these radicalized Islamic a-holes pick for their own amusement, I imagine, young and pretty girls. There, I just said it.
Yeah.
Because Lane, seriously, look at them. I mean, now the law applies to all women, but all 8 of them are young and attractive.
The one that was executed last week, she was very attractive too.
So they don't like ugly women?
No.
I'm saying they use women for their own pleasure. They can layer it up with heaven stuff and religious stuff and all that, but that's not really what it's about.
But aren't they covered up?
Well, I imagine not when they're gang raping them.
Yeah, sometimes.
When they're protesting.
When they're
are wearing
protesting.
Their hijabs or...
Yeah, but still, they're... Okay, so I'm wrong. Like, they don't know what they look like. I'm just...
I don't know.
I mean, it's a bad observation.
No, they know what they look like.
Yeah,
I'm just saying they know what they go after young and attractive women, and they'll kill any woman for breaking the law. I guess what I'm trying to say is they're freaking barbarous pigs is what they are.
Nailed it.
Can I be a little more clear? They're
Right.
pigs who obviously pick up young, pretty women to do whatever they want and justify it in the name of God and religious law. So when people, because you still hear people on this side like, our sovereign nation, what are we doing, rolling in there and telling them what to do? You really aren't appreciating who these people are and how they just run roughshod over human beings. We don't even know how many tens of thousands of their own people they greased on the streets by either running them over with trucks or cutting them in half with automatic weapons during the protests. Christian, what is the number? Like 30 to 40,000, something? That's like our lowest estimate?
That's the estimate.
We have no idea really how many.
That could be conservative.
Yeah, I mean...
How are we getting legit reports out of Iran?
Well,
so
yeah,
no
I mean,
way.
these are horrible, horrible people. They're monsters. They're not even real human beings. If you can do that to other human beings, you're not really a human being. And that's who we're taking care of. That's who we're putting the screws to, if you will. And Trump, again, the latest news is that his words, I'm in no rush. And as we pointed out earlier, they're leeching about $500 million every single day that these ports are closed, which is why they're willing to run a blockade to maybe get a tanker out filled with oil. What was it that we were just watching a minute ago?
Yeah, the one of the Iranian foreign ministers was talking about, we're not worried about the ceasefire. It's giving us time to reload.
Reload with what?
And
reload with what money?
Yes.
What are you reloading with, dude?
That's exactly
Rubber
what Sean
bands?
and I were like. What do you got the Black American Express card? You just run it with the gun people?
You got no cards. As Donald Trump would say.
Yeah, no credit cards.
No credit cards. They're all in Christie's purse. So that's where we are with Iran, and we'll see. I mean, I don't suspect. I mean, I don't know. I have no knowledge. I'm not an expert, but I suspect it won't last all that long. Again, the reporting was not good yesterday, according to the president, Caroline Leavitt, that they were saying 3 to 5 days. But how long can you continue on? I mean, I don't know what they have that constitutes a government. We're hearing all kinds of stuff that it's a bunch of different people, and then a lot of them are these Revolutionary Guard guys who are kind of the only ones left alive, and they're the worst of the worst.
That's who it is.
And how do you even negotiate with that?
Well, the 3 to 5 days was inaccurate reporting.
Yeah, that's what. And Trump said, "Yeah, I'm in no rush." Well, he does. He has literally all the cards on his side of the table for the most part. So we'll see how the week. Elaine and I were just talking about how. Is it going to be a busy weekend, Elaine? Are you going to get the rest at all this weekend, or is stuff going to go down?
I don't know, Christian. You reported something about 2 days from now or something.
Oh, yeah. What was that?
What, regarding the ceasefire?
Something.
That was just reported yesterday, 3 to 5 days.
That's what they're. Yeah, that's what
but
we've
I
already.
don't think anybody's.
So something might change in 2 days.
It could.
Well, but Trump said, yeah, that was bad reporting. Caroline Leavitt said that was bad reporting. There is no time frame. It had been reported in the first half of the day. I think I'm trying to remember who it was that put that out there. Was it Axios? Axios was the pot story, but it was early in the day. It was 3 to 5 day time limit or window, and Trump and Caroline Leavitt both said that's not true.
Even if they had a timeline, they wouldn't let us know.
They're not going to let us know, yeah.
What they're saying is that Iran, based on the economic situation they're in, might be able to hold out as things are at best until May.
Until May. So that's what they're kind of basing it on. How long can they actually continue?
Because if no oil is moving out, you get wells that start to get packed.
Right.
And then you get infrastructure damage. Iran can't afford that. They can't afford any of it.
So then this goes back to the, we were talking about them having up to 3 weeks of being able to take oil out of the ground and have storage capabilities.
Yep.
So this is what it's falling in. The ceasefire seems to be based on that now.
Jimmy, that's the window that they're talking about.
All right. Okay. That makes sense.
Yep.
Well, again, so if you look at that time frame.
You're talking like a week tops.
Well, yeah. I mean, their economy is spinning down the toilet.
Or sooner. Yeah.
Or sooner.
Yeah, it is.
In other words, it could be a busy
it could be.
Weekend.
Don't blink.
Might not be seeing any bonanza over the weekend, Elaine.
Elaine, catch COVID.
Might not be watching. I might not be watching no Hallmark.
Even when we're home, we're working.
Right, exactly. 210-599-5555. 210-599-5555. 16 minutes after 8. Again, we'll give you a chance to win some Gunslinger tickets, some family 4-packs coming up in about 15 minutes. Again, Trey will be back on Monday. We'll be back to normal on Monday. Check us out online, though. There's all kinds of content we're putting up every single day. All three of us, Jack, Trey, and Joe, Jack Riccardi, myself, Trey. Lots of content for you at KTSA.com. It is Sean on News Talk 550 KTSA. And you're accurate with the forecast. Humid and cloudy this morning. Otherwise, got a mix of clouds and sun for today. A high of 85. Cloudy, warm, and humid tonight. The low of 72 tomorrow. Thunderstorm early in the day, otherwise windy or cloudy and warm rather. A high of 86, 70 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. This road work on 35 on the northeast side, that's still our heaviest delay this morning. Northbound 35 as you approach 1604. Roadway reduced to 1 lane, slow from Thousand Oaks, so tack on at least an extra 30 minutes to your commute. 410 westbound approaching Harry Wurzbach. That is more road work. Roadway reduced to 1 lane. 20-minute delay slow from Randolph. And on 410 eastbound at Evers, disabled vehicle now off to the shoulder. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA. Time saver traffic.
This is the greatest movement in the history of our country.
A movement of news and talk.
And it's just starting.
News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Let me talk to you about my friends at Trajan Wealth. We've been talking to our portfolio manager, Blair, over the past few months. She's crafting a personalized wealth plan for us at Trajan Wealth. Now, my wife knows a lot about finance. She used to be in the banking industry. I don't know anything about finance, which is why I've never had a plan at the age of 58. And so Blair is working with both of us. And what I like about Blair and Trajan Wealth in general, they are fiduciaries, so they're most concerned with me. They put my needs first. When we make more money, my wife and I, they make more money, so I trust their advice. And for someone like Blair, our portfolio manager, there's no stupid question I can ask. I've asked some questions via email that were probably pretty simplistic from other people's perspective, but Blair took it very seriously, gave me the honest answer that I was looking for. I trust their advice at Trajan Wealth. You should get involved with Trajan and get set up with a wealth plan. It starts with a complimentary consultation. And all you have to do to get that going is go to the website. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. I'm an actual client. This is a paid advertisement. And additional disclosures are available at TrajanWealth.com. Go to that website or call them up. Make that appointment 210-201-7100.
Hi, this is Jack Riccardi, and there's health care on every street corner these days. Every shopping mall and strip center has a clinic or a walk-in urgent care. But that doesn't mean health care that's personal, where people know you and you have a comfort level with them. So that's why I talk about Health Texas and finding my own primary care physician at a Health Texas clinic near my house. Now, there are 18 of them around our area, so there's probably one near your house or where you work. And the difference between just seeing anybody or being a number in a waiting room and having a Health Texas physician or PA and having a staff you're comfortable with and familiar with, it's a huge difference. And as we get older, it actually leads to better health outcomes. So if you're serious about health care, get serious about Health Texas. Go to healthtexas.org to see the doctors and see the locations all around our area. Go to healthtexas.org.
When it comes to results, the numbers speak for themselves. Thomas J. Henry secured over $1 billion for clients in the past 4 years and successfully represented thousands of injured Texans. Thomas J. Henry, the name you know, the firm you trust. San Antonio, Texas.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
There's a better way to build income, and it starts with real estate. Join Lifestyles Unlimited at the Investor Skills Intensive in Houston, May 2nd and 3rd, and Irving, May 9th and 10th. Learn how real estate investing works, how investors approach single-family and multifamily properties, and how these strategies are used to build income over time. That's Houston, May 2nd and 3rd, and Irving, May 9th and 10th. To learn more and reserve your seat, text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hi, this is Jack Riccardi, and you're listening to News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071. Stay connected.
And we're back. It's Ware and Rima. Again, Trey's off this week. He'll be back on Monday. Go to the website, KTSA.com. We're also live streaming. Man, my hair looks stupid and poofy, but only on one side. I look a little cockeyed today, a little weird. I want to talk about Baylor University, and then I want to talk about this guy in New York I had mentioned a little while ago and why people are actually leaving New York City and New York State. It's a surprising answer. But first, we had a Turning Point USA event at Baylor University. It's been planned for months. And Turning Point USA had originally scheduled this event at Waco Hall. It did, in fact, take place last night. Featuring Tom Homan was going to be there, Ken Paxton. Donald Trump Jr. was scheduled to be there, but couldn't make it, so Paxton kind of took his space. And they had originally gave out, I think, like 4,000 tickets. It's a fairly large venue. And obviously, a lot of students, about 250 students from Baylor had gotten tickets to go. And a whole bunch of non-students from the community. And I guess at some point, Baylor said, oh, no, this is student only. So they already planned the event. It was all ready to go. And Baylor, the university, says, no, this is just for students only. And then at some point, they also blocked all media The media were not allowed, and this was not what TPUSA, as far as this particular group from this particular university, was led to believe about this event. I mean, you have a TPUSA event, you fill every freaking seat in whatever venue you're scheduling for this sort of thing. And it's largely believed, just in some of the stuff that I've read, that Baylor was fairly intentional in making sure that not a lot of people went to this thing, and there really wasn't going to be any coverage of it. So that happened last night. I don't know who this guy Tom Suozzi is out of New York. He's a Democrat, and he had some interesting things to say about the South and why people are leaving New York. I have that audio. There's not a lot of great audio today, but let's go ahead and take a listen to that. See, did you catch what he said there? Essentially, the reason taxes are so high in New York and why it's so expensive in New York is because we have to take care of our poor Southern brothers.
I don't know if I'm smart enough to understand what he was talking about.
No, you're just a rube from the South. We got to take care of you. And I mean, it's, he's largely being called an elitist.
We have an environment. Oh, my God.
And like we don't go to the doctor and whatnot. And so New York has to pay for all our health care needs. In other words, the reason people are leaving New York is because it's too expensive in New York. But the reason it's too expensive in New York is because New York has to support the South, all the rubes and rednecks in the South, is essentially what the guy said. And he also he wants taxes raised, but not in New York. He wants taxes raised nationally. He's actually said this on a podcast. I only support it at the national level. Wherever you go in the country, I'm all for you paying higher taxes anywhere in the country, but not in New York. He doesn't want local taxes raised because why? Well, people are leaving New York. Hochul is out there begging rich people not to leave, basically, because they're cutting bait. And this guy's answer, and this is, I bring it up because this is an example of kind of that northeastern and eastern seaboard snobbery that you see. I experienced it personally, with a lot of people I went to school with, a lot of people I knew when I moved to Texas. They thought I was insane. And I'm serious. I've been here 16 years now, and I still deal with people like who have this idea in their head that we're just rolling around in covered wagons, and it's really primitive here, and everybody's got a gun. Well, that third part's kind of true. But people thought I was nuts for moving to Texas. And it's just, it's that snobbery, that elitism.
Well,
and this guy's blaming the South for why it's so expensive in New York.
Yeah, we don't know anything about social programs, environment, education.
We're not nuanced. We're not intellectual.
But unfortunately, if you look at our economy in the state of Texas, it does a little bit better than New York.
It's a hell of a lot better than New York State. It's one of the best, most vibrant economies in the country. That's why Hollywood's moving here.
But we're just idiots.
We're just rubes. So he does. New Yorkers are overtaxed enough because we have to take care of all those silly hillbillies and rednecks. But he wants national taxes. I don't give a crap about this guy. I only bring it up to illustrate kind of that snobbery that exists out there towards not only Texas but the South in general. Elaine, shall we give away some? You want to give away some Gunslinger tickets? If you want to win a family 4-pack of Gunslinger tickets, these are for the home games. Like I said, I'm not a huge football person. My wife is a huge football person. We went last year for the first time, and it was a lot of fun. I mean, it's a lot of action when you do it indoors like that. So if you want to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Gunslingers, call us up right now, 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. It's Ware and Rima on Newstalk 550 KTSA.
Bjorn's has evolved. Our team's been bringing cutting-edge tech home for 50 years. Come visit the Bjorn's showroom on 281. We'll show you how the future of technology can fit perfectly into your world. Because if it's technology, it's at Bjorn's. Just Bjorn's.
Hey folks, this is Carl Eggers. You've heard me for over a decade on the Trey Ware Show. When was the last time you had a real financial checkup? Not a quick chat, not a sales pitch, an honest, personal review of where you stand and where you're headed. When you schedule a free financial checkup with us, you sit down with me personally, not a salesperson, not a high-volume call center. I personally walk you through your current cash flow, your investments, and yes, even your tax return, because your financial life isn't a one-size-fits-all. We actively manage your assets using unique, tailored investments, not cookie-cutter models or proprietary products. And we build comprehensive financial plans designed for you, your goals, your family, and your future. Give us a call at 210-526-0057. That's 210-526-0057 or visit creatingricherlives.com.
Investment management services offered by Cap Trust, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Our current disclosures are available on creatingricherlives.com.
A bathroom remodel is not just about looks. It's about comfort, safety, and function, too. Trey Ware here with Safe Showers and Bathwise. They have now joined forces with New Bath Today to bring you more. They're the same trusted people, same great service, and now a whole lot more for you and your new bathroom remodel. New Bath Today still offers beautiful new showers, tub-to-shower conversions, walk-in tubs, and safety upgrades, but now they've expanded to include more complete bathroom remodeling, including toilets, flooring, vanities, and more. So whether you want a safer shower or a total bathroom refresh, I recommend you get in touch with New Bath Today. They can help you create a bathroom that looks better, feels better, and works better for your life. You get quality products, expert installation, and a smoother experience from start to finish. And right now, get $1,500 off your new shower plus low monthly payments. Get your free quote today at newbathtoday.com. New Bath Today, the same trusted team now with more for your bathroom. Newbathtoday.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
Another Iranian oil tanker is boarded by the U.S. military, but this one flagged down in the Indian Ocean. Experts are saying Iran can hold out until maybe the end of the month before having to turn over all that enriched uranium. Peace talks between Israel and Lebanon happening today in the nation's capital, and the NTSB is now involved with finding out what made two houses explode on the north side Tuesday night. Details on these stories and more on the way. 9 o'clock, KTSA News Time 8:33.
Good morning. We are working a few trouble spots. This report sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Let's start at 410 northbound Ray Allison. Got an accident, left lane, about 5-6 minute delay, slow from Old Pearsall Road. 410 eastbound at Evers, that stall now off to the shoulder, and another stall I-10 lower level westbound Cincinnati, right shoulder blocked. On Loop 410 westbound, right as you approach Harry Wurzbach, that's some ongoing road work that's got the roadway reduced to one lane. That's a 20-minute delay. Stop and go from Randolph. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline, 877-MADD-HELP or MADD.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
A mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Warm and soupy, the high of 84. Breezy this evening, otherwise overcast and humid. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 69 in Hill Country. A morning thunderstorm in spots, otherwise warm and humid again Friday, the high 87. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Humidity up to 94% in the Alamo City, otherwise cloudy skies, 72 degrees at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
And we're back, 8:35 on News Talk 550 KTSA, FM 1071. It's Ware and Rima. Trey will be back on Monday. He has been posting videos this week of his thoughts on the news stories of the day, so you can check those out at KTSA.com. Jack and I and Joe, we're all posting stuff every day on the website and also streaming. Oh, I just very quickly before we get back into some news here, I saw somebody, Elaine, say they want a Cooking with Elaine show. And he said,
yes, that was at Freight Not, and I responded to him.
How much weight do you want to lose?
I love you. How about I make you some enchiladas? They'll reset your metabolism, my friend. So because I love you guys, I shall refrain from cooking for you.
We're going to get a camera on Elaine at some point, but no cooking with Elaine.
No cooking with Elaine. But
you don't want Elaine or Sean cooking for you. I mean, let's be honest.
No Pop-Tarts either.
No Pop-Tarts, no Hot Pockets.
No Hot Pockets. Just before you get back into the news, my wife was on a business trip till yesterday, and so I was doing the nightly dinner for everybody. Let's see, Monday night was chicken nugget and pizza roll night.
Good.
Tuesday night was microwavable hamburger night. And then my wife got home yesterday afternoon, and I fixed lasagna. You know, the frozen kind. Well, no, the frozen kind, you just, the Angelo's, you just shove it in there for like an hour and 15 minutes.
He opens the box.
They open the box. Yes. You don't even have to slit the plastic. You don't even have to ventilate. You just shove it right in the oven.
I made one last week.
Aren't they great? They're actually really
they're tasty, yes.
You made one last night?
Last week.
Oh, last week. They are very tasty. And it doesn't take much, man. A little bit of garlic Texas toast with that, and you're fine. Mm-hmm. So anyway. No cooking with Elaine or Sean. You don't want to endure that. We're going to talk about Noah's Ark here in a second, but another thing that happened, we have allegations now against Ilhan Omar, a Demapuke. You know her. You love her. Out of Minnesota, you betcha. Oofda. Talking about over $250 million in federal funds that have allegedly been scammed over the COVID era Essential Access for Lunch for Students Meals Act. It's called the Maintaining. Everything's a freaking an acronym with the government, right? Because it's cutesy-pootsy. The Meals Act. Maintaining Essential Access to Lunch for Students Act, which Ilhan Omar introduced in 2020 during the pandemic. This is according to the Washington Examiner. On Tuesday of this week, they had the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee. That's a mouthful. Controlled by the GOP, House Oversight Committee, that was looking into this particular program. And they're saying that like $250 million that was supposed to go to buying, I'm assuming, poor kids' lunches during COVID just went away. And Ilhan Omar is kind of at the center of this thing because she introduced the bill. Hundreds of millions of dollars intended to feed low-income children. And one of the things that came out, and Omar, she wasn't there during the hearing. It was requested that she be there, but she wasn't there. And they showed videos of her. I'm actually going from an article from Newsmax where they're showing the Meals Act to Somali people and Somali media in Minnesota. There's also this restaurant, the Safari restaurant, that's kind of at the center of this thing that was somehow allegedly working this money through this restaurant. Luxury cars were purchased, real estate. People took big international vacations. And the people who were benefiting from this were not the poor kids who were supposed to get lunch during COVID. And they are really starting to focus on her. And I don't know if we didn't play the audio, but I don't know if you saw I forget who the reporter was that kind of came up on her in an elevator and was asking her about some of the stuff. And she said, "Why would you ask such a stupid question? You're just stupid." So she's a brilliant intellect. I'm going to start using the Ilhan Omar response when my wife asks me stuff and see how that works. Not very well, man.
Not last long there.
No, it's not. She can go from normal to west side in about 7 seconds, man. Why didn't you do the dishes? Ooh, it's just a stupid question. But you know what I mean? Very often, I don't think she's I'm talking about Ilhan Omar, not my wife, but she's not an intellectual heavyweight. You ever notice that, like, I don't get into it with people off the air. I really don't talk this stuff off the air. I talk it with my wife. My wife and I talk about news and politics and the events of the day. I don't get into it with anybody else off the air. I just don't. I got 4 freaking hours a day of pretty intense talking about my opinions and stuff, and I'm done when I'm out of here. Apart from figuring out what I think about stuff and watching the news. And plus, getting into an argument, and I'm just going to say it, I'm going to paint with a broad brush here, and I don't care if it offends anybody. You get into it with a liberal Democrat, a liberal, a progressive, about anything, and at some point you hit the stupid wall. Or the hate wall. Well, you're just stupid. Or, well, you're just filled with hate, aren't you? Some of the comments in some of my videos are pretty funny. I'm a Nazi. I'm a racist. Other things that I can't pronounce on the air or can't say on the air because I need the gig. But if you get it, and I know, James, you do it all the time, and you scrap it up with people online.
I look for it.
And at some point, you hit the Ilhan Omar, well, you're just stupid wall, right?
Yeah, I do. But some of the people I argue with are intelligent liberals, so they can actually bring up stuff to, counter what I'm arguing. But the majority, eventually you hit that wall.
Well, with people, what happens, and I've noticed this is why I don't do it anymore. I used to do it. I used to get into it with people off the air and online and stuff and thought it was clever to get into a debate with somebody and win the debate or whatever. But again, we talked about their agenda. They can't sell their agenda because their agenda is stupid and extreme, and they can't defend it. You look at some of these idiots that show up at these, some of them being paid stooges. Some of them are just stooges on their own volition. They just show up all by themselves. And they start screaming, like at these ICE protests, they start screaming and yelling about Donald Trump. And you discover very quickly they don't have a clue what they're talking about. I mean, we used to say on the air, and I think all of us would say the same thing. You get somebody on the radio who's a caller, who's a liberal caller, and all I got to do is ask a couple of questions, and you'll know, like, within about 30 seconds, 20 seconds, whether they have any idea what they're talking about or not. And most times, more often than not, they don't.
And they can't stay on topic.
And so they get personal and emotional.
And they'll flip to something, they're like, I'm not talking about that. We're talking about this.
Yes. What about? It's the what about defense. What about?
Yeah.
But then when you hold their feet to the fire, eventually you hit the Ilhan Omar, we're just stupid wall. You're just stupid. The question that she was asked at the elevator by the reporter, I could see it now in my mind, was about how she went from being, what was it, $30 million rich to a little under $100,000. And the explanation that we talked about earlier in the week was what? It's an accounting screw-up. Our CPA, our books guy, our numbers guy wrote down the wrong thing and filed the wrong thing, and we actually have less than $100,000. Which, again, as I tell you every day, I'm not a financial genius by any stretch of the imagination, but I know that can't possibly be a typo or something you've misfiled.
I've never worked for IRS, and shouldn't someone look into that?
Well, I think if you got an accountant who somehow actually misrepresents $30 million by back to you're actually worth $100,000, and if I remember reading it correctly, we talked about this earlier in the week. The explanation was that, well, and I'm breaking it down as primitively as I can. We didn't put in the outgoes, right? Well, yeah, my man's a hedge fund guy. We have a winery, and it costs upwards of $30. The way I read it is it costs upwards of $30 million to earn less, come away with less than $100,000 in net worth. How does that work?
Do you know how much it costs to run Somali daycares? We're spending so much money, and our accountant forgot to account for the Somali daycares.
Oh, and by the way, you're stupid. You're just stupid. But I've got into arguments with people back in the day, and you eventually, mostly on the air. And Trey, I know it's happened to Trey, Jack, Joe, and eventually, in just a couple of swipes, when you completely destroy whatever it is they're claiming, because they don't know anything about anything, they haven't studied, they haven't read anything, they ultimately get personal, or it's the what about the, but yeah, at some point you hit that we'll call it the Ilhan Omar, you're stupid wall. When they're just completely out of anything to say. It's like something you'd see in a cartoon. Well, you're just stupid. So anyway, she did not appear at this oversight committee in Minnesota about $250 million going bye-bye for a government program that Ilhan Omar introduced herself that was supposed to buy food for poor kids during COVID. And ultimately, they're alleging it appears instead of feeding poor kids, it bought some international travel for some folks, some nice cars. Again, the aforementioned grotesquely luxurious lifestyle that our political leaders seem to lead, and we've allowed this to happen. 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. We'll take a break. It's Ware and Rima. Again, Trey's off this week. He'll be back on Monday. He's been posting videos all week. You can see all of our content at KTSA.com and see my stupid, poofy-looking hair today on the live stream. Weather-wise, humid and cloudy this morning. Otherwise, a mix of clouds and sun today with a high of 85. Cloudy, warm, and humid tonight, the low 72. Tomorrow, a thunderstorm early on. Otherwise, cloudy and warm with a high of 86. It's 70 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. Working a few trouble spots. This report sponsored by True Green. On 410 northbound, Ray Ellison, accident left lane. This one just occurred, so just a little bit of stop and go from Old Pearsall Road. Get reports of some debris in the roadway. 281 southbound at Bassey, 2 middle lanes are blocked. On 410 westbound as you approach Harry Wurzbach, got the roadway reduced to 1 lane. The entrance ramp closed as well. It's causing about a 20-minute delay. True Green, the easiest way to get a golf course quality lawn. Don't wait. Sign up at truegreen.com and get your first application for $9.95. True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. Let the pros do the work so you enjoy your weekend. Restrictions apply. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Ware and Rima, on air and online every morning.
And actually, they become hot as a pistol, so what can I tell you?
Watch the show weekday morning 6 till 10, only on KTSA.com.
When you want the best. When you want a metal roof that doesn't cost that much more, that is truly lifetime quality, that's backed up by a company with years and years and years of experience, and that's what Southwest Metal Roofing Systems is all about. But it's not just the metal, it's the workmanship. They do it right the first time, every time. They can give you the best warranty in the industry because they never have to come out and do anything. It's getting close to 20 years since they put the roof on my home up in Bernie, and I've not called them with a single problem. You have a lot of choices. If you don't like brilliant standing seam metal, you can have your choice of about 20 different colors. I chose red, and the story behind that I won't go into. But you can also have roofs that don't even look like metal, look like ceramic tile or slate or shake shingles. Southwest Metal Roofing Systems does it all at amazingly reasonable prices. Learn more? Give them a call. 210-822-6868. That's 210-822-6868 for Southwest Metal Roofing Systems.
From the penthouse to the outhouse, if it leaks, clogs, won't heat, won't cool, call 210-651-5899. Quarter Moon Plumbing, AC and Heating.
License number TACLA 141074EM16004.
My name is Tino, and I want to tell you about the Institute for Functional Health. I met Dr. Torres not long ago. I was overweight, my joints were inflamed, and I was in constant pain. I had visited doctors before, but lost all hope because the treatment options were all the same. Surgery or a bunch of prescribed medications I did not want to take. I called the Institute for Functional Health to set an appointment with Dr. Torres. Over the next few weeks, Dr. Torres changed my life. I've lost 30 pounds, have more energy than ever before, no pain, and my labs are perfect. Even my former doctors cannot believe it. I am now 61 and feel like I am 31 thanks to Dr. Torres and his staff. I feel incredible. The results were so good, my wife called the Institute for Functional Health. Dr. Torres has totally changed our lives.
Call Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health for a free consultation. 468-1891. That's 468-1891 for the Institute for Functional Health.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000. Ensure your retirement income with Big State Financial and their Safe Money retirement programs. No matter what the market does, you won't lose a penny. Call 210-373-6000 to schedule your free review.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
When it comes to results, the numbers speak for themselves. Thomas J. Henry secured over $1 billion for clients in the past 4 years and successfully represented thousands of injured Texans. Thomas J. Henry, the name you know, the firm you trust. San Antonio, Texas.
Love Magnolia Pancake House? They want to show you love back. Join their loyalty rewards. Spend a little, earn a lot. Free house coffee, a short stack of pancakes, even a skip the line pass. Eat, earn, and enjoy more at Magnolia Pancake House, where their guests are the sweetest part of what they do.
Right now, with the purchase of a Connecticut, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. Call Connecticut and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
Guests of Ware and Rima appear via the Stevens Roofing Newsmaker Hotline.
News Talk 550 KTSA FM 1071. It's Ware and Rima. Trey is off this week. He'll be back on Monday. But he's all over the website. We've got videos, KTSA.com. Also streaming live. Interesting stuff I've been reading over the past few days about Noah's Ark. Since you and I were kids, I'm Gen X, when we were kids, there's a lot of documentaries, if you remember, that talked about this location, I believe in Turkey.
Yes.
Where there's a movie that came out in the late 70s, and I don't remember, it was a documentary of some kind. I remember seeing it, but that was a long time ago. That shows this large boat-shaped thing on a Turkish mountaintop. And it's, the idea, the legend of it is maybe that's Noah's Ark. We have a guy now and I read this in the New York Post, but I've seen the story all over the place. Andrew Jones is a researcher with something called Noah's Ark Scans. The location of the site is Mount Ararat, which for 40 years I've had trouble saying.
But that Mount Ararat's been named in other stuff, right?
It has. No, that's the one originally that I said in the documentary that came out in the late 70s that they talked about Mount Ararat in Turkey. It's been this site's been there, has been focused on since 1959. This guy is new, and the technology has gotten to the point to where you can use some kind of radar or modeling of some kind, and they're able to kind of look beneath the surface at this thing and kind of map it, however they do that. And they're discovering tunnels. They're looking at soil samples where you see a lot of organic material.
From wood. That would be from wood.
Yeah.
And there's no trees up on Mount Ararat.
No. And so it's just new research with new technology that's saying that this might have been a man-made structure of some kind. There are corridors below the earth. It's exactly the same length as what an Egyptian cubit would be as far as scripture and how God told Noah how big to make this thing. So many 300-odd cubits or whatever it was. And they have been able, they long ago they translated that into modern measurements and found this would be about that size. They took 88 random soil samples a couple of years ago inside and outside of that ship shape. This is this researcher guy, Jones. What they showed was that the soil inside the ship shape had 3 times more organic matter than right outside and 38% more potassium. And again, it's kind of reinforcing the idea that this may, in fact, be. What's interesting about Noah and the flood, and I've read a lot about back stuff on that many years ago, in that if you look at that era about 4,000 years ago, you had cataclysmic stories of some event happening in just about every part of the world where there were people and cultures which at that time obviously wouldn't have been able to communicate with each other. So these were cataclysm stories that were not independently recorded as some big damn thing happened about 4,000 years ago that all the cultures on the planet that existed at that time made note of.
Central America, Asia, South America.
It's weird stuff. As far as the Ark itself, the only thing I've ever said, now the location in Turkey kind of looks boat-like. It looks boatish, sort of.
It also might explain this whole Iranian war because it's very close to the Iranian border where the Mount Ararat is.
That's an interesting point. Keep your mitts off the Ark. Anyway, you're not getting any Iranian oil off in the Ark. Leave the Ark alone.
The original oil tanker.
Let Noah rest. Yeah, All I've ever said, and I forget where I originally read this many, many years ago, in that if you look at the shape of it, it's not necessarily boat-like. An ark is a container. It's something to keep things safe. Like, Indiana Jones went after the Ark of the Covenant. It was a box that held the original 10 Commandments. And I've always said the Ark didn't really need to be boat-like. It didn't need to go anywhere. It just needed to float. And Noah, more than likely, didn't have any shipbuilding skills. He was given some pretty simple measurements. I've always said it was probably a box, just a large, stinking box.
And the measurements came from God.
And came from God, right. But he wasn't bowing wood to make a stern. Anyway, all right, got 210-599-5555. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I have Texas Rhino Shield on my home. I love it, and I think you will too. Find out with a free in-home, no-obligation Texas Rhino Shield inspection. Find out if Rhino Shield is right for your home at TexasRhinoShield.com.
Domestic violence is one of the most widespread crimes in Texas, yet one of the least reported. When someone walks through the doors of the Battered Women and Children Shelter, they're looking for safety. Help exists, and it's closer than you think. Christie's Hope supports the shelter with housing, trauma recovery, and long-term aid. Thomas J. Henry stands with us in our commitment to end domestic violence. If you or someone you love needs help, visit christieshope.org.
Termites love this time of year. If you think you have termites, call Pied Piper Pest Control for a free inspection. Call 826-2030 or schedule online at sabugs.com. Pied Piper Pest Control, 826-2030.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
This is San Antonio's news, traffic, and weather station.
It's 9 o'clock at KTSA San Antonio. I'm Christian Blood. The White House says the ceasefire with Iran is still in place, and experts are saying Iran can only make it until the end of the month before its economy completely crashes. Oil vessels are being boarded by both Iran and the U.S., and that's up to the minute. Mainstream media wants you to believe President Trump is losing the war. One guest telling CNN this week Iran's in better position now than it was before the war. But most disagree since Iran has no military, no leaders, and right now, no money coming in. Israel and Lebanon will try again to make peace later on.
In Washington today, the U.S. is hosting a second round of talks between Israel and Lebanon as a fragile ceasefire declared last week shows signs of fraying. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is leading the American delegation alongside Counselor Michael Needham, U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, and U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon Michelle Issa.
That's correspondent Olivia Gazis. A federal investigation now underway after those home explosions Tuesday night on the north side.
It's being led by the National Transportation Safety Board. Multiple explosions injured 5 people in 2 houses on Preston Hollow Drive on Tuesday night. The blast came about 2 hours apart, and 3 people remain in critical condition. According to the San Antonio Fire Department, those explosions may have been caused by a buildup of natural gas. All but 5 households have returned home, but the neighbors on that street are still concerned about the chance of another explosion. Stacey Keene, KTSA News.
Just south of the southern border in Mexico, Texas officials say a flesh-eating insect has been found. Here's KTSA's Patrick Johnson.
It's called the New World screwworm. And Ag Commissioner Sid Miller says it's not a matter of if it's coming here, but when.
We've now got within 60 miles of the border. Without any question, Texas is going to be infested. We just have no means to stop it.
The USDA has started sending farmers and ranchers a screwworm detection kit. When a cow gets sick from the parasite fly, they're supposed to send a sample back to the nation's capital. Patrick Johnson, KTSA News.
KTSA News Time, 9:03.
Good morning. Just cleared one of our trouble spots. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. 410 northbound, Ray Ellison, that accident just cleared. Still have some debris in the roadway at 281 southbound at Bassey that is taking up 2 center lanes. And then this road work at 410 westbound approaching Harry Wurzbach. This is our heaviest delay right now. It's about 15 minutes or so. Roadway reduced to 1 lane due to road work. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
After a cloudy start, a mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Warm and humid, the high of 84. Breezy this evening, otherwise humid and warm tonight. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 69 in Hill Country. A morning thunderstorm in spots Friday, otherwise warm and humid with the high of 87. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 71 degrees, cloudy skies at San Antonio's severe weather station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550, KTSA and FM 1071.
News Talk 550, KTSA.
Beware the screwworm. 4 minutes after 9 on News Talk 550, KTSA, FM 1071. It's Ware and Rima. Trey's off this week. He'll be back on Monday. You can get all of our content online at KTSA.com, KTSA.com. I'm not making fun of flesh-eating bugs. I'm just saying, or worms. That can be a problem. People have lost their lives as a result of getting infected with these things. Mostly affects cattle. You just heard Christian Blood talking about it. Still doesn't mean that, like, screwworm wouldn't be, like, a great name for a band, or I'm just putting it out there. Like a folk deal. I want to do, like, a folk duo that sings, like, Jim Croce songs at taverns, and we'll call ourselves Screwworm.
No, that Screwworm's too hard. That needs to be your punk band.
Well, no, that's why I'm being funny. So I've always thought it'd be funny to give a folk duo, like a punk rock
band?
metal band name. Like, hello, we're Screwworm. And this is Time in a Bottle. Anyway, 210-599-55.
La, 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 la.
You want to hear some Jimmy Buffett? Just to catch you up on the news out of Iran, a couple of things. First off, Trump says no rush on the extension. There was some misreporting yesterday throughout the day about a time frame of 2 to 3 days, or 3 to 5 days, rather. Trump himself and Caroline Leavitt both said that's false reporting. Trump has no timeline. He's in, quote, no rush. But then again, as we've been saying all morning, the Iranian economy is leaching about $500 million a day as long as these ports are still closed. We boarded a vessel carrying oil out of the blockade, or attempting to, because, again, they're running out of money. And we stopped it and dropped some Marines on the deck there and took care of that. The Iranian government, whatever that means, were calling us pirates. Meanwhile, they've seized 3 ships themselves. That's where we are with that, with the naval blockade. And we also have 8 women who were involved in the national protests a few months ago, and many of whom were executed on the spot. We've all seen the videos. It's one of those videos I wish I could unsee. Some of the video that made it out of Iran, when these guys were just running people over in trucks, cutting them down with weapons, and there was 8 women who had been picked up and were scheduled for execution. And in Iran, when you execute a woman, it's a public event. They also do all kinds of horrific, unimaginable things to that woman so she won't go to heaven. I think you know what I mean by that. And Trump had posted, or had said on Tuesday, it'd be a great start to the negotiations. Might be a big help to the negotiations if you don't execute those women. We don't want them harmed. And so what we found out yesterday is that 4 of these women have been released immediately. And 4 of them are going to do about a month in jail. And that's where we are on Iran right now. We talked a little bit earlier in the morning about how Trump's got his own timeline. I think he is in absolute control of this situation in a sense. I mean, again, they're running out of money. $500 million a day is no little thing. We still, as far as I understand, we still don't know exactly who we're dealing with, or what constitutes leadership in Iran right now. We hear a lot about this, the Revolutionary Guard as being the barbarous, violent a-holes that we know them to be, and somehow they're saying they're in control. You have other folks who say that they're the government. We really don't know. The word you keep hearing over and over and over again is fractured. And you really can't have any kind of a deal with not without somebody having the capacity to agree to that deal in regards to the nation of Iran. So I don't know. We don't know how long this is going to take. I suspect it won't take that long, as we pointed out last hour. Again, when you're leeching that much money every single day, there's going to come a point where you're out of everything. And at that point, I'm sure Trump understands, being the poker player that he is, that at that point he'll have, he can pretty much dictate to them whatever he wants to. And I think that's ultimately the game, right? Unfortunately, to destitute the country so badly that whatever constitutes leadership in that country pretty much has to agree to anything you want to hand them, because they're just out of everything. They're out. Their economy is dead. So that's kind of where we are on Iran. You had this reconciliation stuff going on at the Senate overnight, where a reconciliation involves what? A majority vote on funding Department of Homeland Security and ICE to the tune of $70 billion to fund both departments through the end of Donald Trump's term. Only 2 Republicans voted against this, Rand Paul being one of them. That's not unexpected. The senator from Alaska was the other. John Kennedy, though, offered up a bunch of amendments, because that's how it works, right? The Democrats tack on all these amendments, Democrat senators. John Kennedy offered up an amendment to fund the Save America Act, which seems to be dead in the water. Nothing seems to be happening with that at all. And at least John Kennedy was out there making a point of it somehow. I mean, he knows the amendments aren't going to pass. Now I imagine it goes to the House, and that's where the vote-a-rama thing comes in, and as I understand it. So, as I've been saying all morning, you watch this kind of stuff going on, and you realize these people couldn't keep a taco truck open for 3 weeks. If this is how you did things in the private sector, there would be no business that could stay open in any way, shape, or form. So we'll see how that plays out today. But they were up all night working on that, and it kind of reinforces what we say on this show all the time. And actually, it kind of plays into Virginia too. And that's on appeal. That was halted by a judge. The new district lines was halted by a judge yesterday, which that will be appealed, and the appellate process will go back and forth. And basically what I'm reading is more than likely it's not going to happen. But, you have 2 stereotypical ideas of Democrats and Republicans that are absolutely true. One, Democrats play dirty and will cheat and will do anything they have to do and can do to maintain power, even if it's going against something that most Americans want, like the Save America Act, which a lot of Democrats want as well. Or opening the border, or, redrawing district lines in Virginia. James Carville pretty much said the not-so-quiet part anymore out loud the other day after a couple of shots. That, draw the lines, do whatever you have to do. Let's stack the Supreme Court. Let's make D.C. a state. Let's do whatever we have to do. I'm paraphrasing, but let's do whatever we have to do to get rid of Trump and maintain power and lock it down forever. And that's who they are. Democrats are dirty. Sorry, that's my opinion. You are. You're dirty. You're slippery, man. Only now you're not even really... I think I heard Jack say this yesterday, that, with the Virginia gerrymander, they don't even care that people know anymore. It's like, they're just, whatever you have to do is what you have to do.
And then hope it holds up in the Supreme Court.
Yeah. And then you look at the Republicans, and what do? Well, they do nothing. Why hasn't anything happened with the Save America Act? Why haven't you killed the filibuster? Why hasn't nothing happened? Why has nothing happened when most Americans want it? And it just really makes freaking sense. Because, again, Republicans are do nothing. They don't do anything. They don't fight any great battles. They make a big roar when they're on the campaign trail to get the gig. We saw this going all the way back to Obamacare. But when it comes right down to it, they don't do anything. And as Trey puts it almost every day on this show, they like being on defense. They don't want to have to do anything. In other words, the swampiness of the swamp continues, and both sides kind of play their part to maintain the methane gas of the swamp, which is money. Ilhan Omar apparently got a really harshly worded letter from Kristen Robbins about not attending this House Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee in Minnesota. Because she just blew it off. But what do I know? I'm probably just stupid. Minnesotans and the members of the House Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee were disappointed that you failed to appear before our committee to answer questions. But again, these are all examples of corruption in one form or another at pretty much every level of our government. And again, Democrats don't care anymore that they're playing dirty. It seems that way to me. Ilhan Omar doesn't really give a crap. They're talking about $250 million may have been scammed out of this COVID era, free lunches for poor kids program that has some clever sounding an acronym. I think it's MEALS, the MEALS Act. That's what this hearing was all about. This oversight committee hearing in Minnesota was that, hey, $250 million went away. A lot of international vacations were bought. Some cars were bought. A lot of luxury items. A lot of folks, did very well. And yet we're seeing in some areas no lunches were ever given to anybody. Well, it's just like out in California, hospice services where nobody was ever the hospice providers that didn't do it. They were empty buildings if they had an address at all. Again, I hold our political class in very low regard, and I always have. Since the early days of my radio career when I actually started interacting with politicians and political types in this country, I don't find them amusing. I don't find them interesting. I think they're low-class characters and reptiles. They'll do whatever they have to do to not only maintain power, but enrich themselves. And that's why I love Donald Trump so much, because he ain't of that world, and that's why they hate his stinking guts so much. 16 minutes after 9, 210-599-5555, 210-599-5555. I want to talk to you about my friend Dr. Mark Havercorn. I'm probably going to be giving him a call very soon. I've got some kind of chipped tooth on the upper jaw there, and I want to have him take a look at it. You don't need a referral at River City Oral Surgery. There's no high-pressure sales tactics. They don't have a finance department. You can go to the website and see all of the pricing published for you right there. It doesn't matter what you're looking at, whether it's wisdom teeth extraction, maybe some reconstructive oral surgery stuff. Maybe you need a tooth fix like I do, and you can see the pricing on the website. It's bundled pricing, which means there's no surprise fees or you get through it and all of a sudden you're getting hit with something else. He has an anesthesiologist available. And I really like what he does there at River City Oral Surgery, which is why I'm probably going to be going there to get this tooth fixed. I'll tell you more about that later. But call him up right now and make an appointment. Hit the website first, rivercityoms.com. And then call them up and make an appointment. Again, you do not need a referral. 210-778-0002. Not too bad today. The rain looks like it's done for a little while. Humid and cloudy this morning. Otherwise, a mix of clouds and sun today with a high of 85. Cloudy, warm, and humid overnight, a low of 72. A thunderstorm early tomorrow. Otherwise, cloudy and warm with a high of 86. It's 70 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. Looks like they've picked up that debris on 281 southbound at Bassey. Was taking up a couple of center lanes. Now all completely clear. Road work continues on 410 westbound right as you approach Harry Wurzbach. We've got the roadway reduced to one lane, and it's got you slow from Randolph Boulevard. I-10 westbound 410, that stalls off to the shoulder, and another stall 410 eastbound Evers, right shoulder blocked. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Breaking news, bold analysis, and the stories shaping our future. News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Right now, with the purchase of a Connecticut, you receive a free reverse osmosis drinking station at your kitchen sink. Call Connecticut and tell them Dave Ramsey sent you.
Not a lot of things in this world are free, especially a world with high inflation. But when it comes to financial education, I have something free for you. It's the Creating Richer Lives podcast. I'm Carl Eggers, your host. Find the podcast each week at creatingricherlives.com or on all major podcasting platforms.
Get familiar with an easy way to Europe via nonstop flights to Toronto. Connect to Spain, Germany, and more with Air Canada and SAT. See fares and book today at aircanada.com.
I'm James with Patriot Dryer Vent Cleaning. Lead buildup in your dryer vent can cause dangerous house fires. Annual cleaning is a must. Schedule with Patriot Dryer Vent Cleaning at cleanmydryervent.org. That's cleanmydryervent.org. We're veteran owned, veteran proud, with veteran standards.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000.
It's home selling season. What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Jason Minix here from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. That never happens with Orchard. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on the market for top dollar. One customer said their house went under contract within 24 hours. That's amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Hi there, it's Mike Hermes, co-host of the What's It Worth show.
And I'm Holly Hermes, and together, we're the father-daughter real estate team with over 50 years of real estate experience.
Whether you're buying or selling or just curious about the market, we've got you covered with years of experience.
So don't miss out. Tune in every Saturday from 3 to 4 p.m. right here on News Talk KTSA.
Sponsored by Security Service Mortgage Company,
Security Service Title Company,
Security Service Insurance Company,
and Stevens Roofing.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line, climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
If your windows struggled last season, how are they going to handle July? That's why I tell people fix your windows now, not when it's 105 degrees. When it comes to windows, siding, and doors, I recommend Scott Barr and his team at Southwest Exteriors.
At Southwest Exteriors, we do things a little differently. No pressure to sign that day, no today-only discounts. Your quote is good for 30 days, so you have time to think it through.
And that's rare in home improvement. Most companies want a rushed yes. Southwest Exteriors wants the right yes.
For almost 40 years in San Antonio, we've been educating homeowners and taking great care of our clients with high-quality products built for the extreme South Texas weather.
They've done work at my home, and I can tell you firsthand, they care about people, not pressure.
Protect yourself from predatory contractors and get a free education from Southwest Exteriors.
So remember, for windows, siding, and doors, visit southwestexteriors.com. That's southwestexteriors.com/PAGS.
And let us give you the look you love coming home to.
Markley, Van Camp, and Robbins. This morning starting at 11 on News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
And we're back. It's Ware and Rima. Trey's off this week. He'll be back on Monday. Check out the website, KTSA.com. All kinds of cool content there and videos and stuff that we're all doing every day. We're also hanging out for another half hour or so. If you want to call us up, 210-599-5555. We'll get into the DeSantis, Hakeem Jeffries thing in Virginia and all that stuff coming up next half hour. But I didn't. James just told me about this story, and you got it from, I think, David Van Camp.
No.
Or you told him about it.
Yeah.
David Wilcock is a guy. He's 53. He was 53 years of age. He's one of these ancient alien guys that shows up on the show a lot.
It's one of your favorites.
Which it is. That show's been on for like over 20 years now at this point. History Channel personality, an alien researcher, dies at 53. He lived in Boulder. Was having some kind of mental health crisis. Sheriff's deputies show up and he shoots himself. We also have, just about a week ago, we had an engineer and his family killed in South Carolina in a plane crash. James Tony Moffett was an aerospace engineer linked to NASA, but his wife died in the plane crash, and so did both his sons, who were older. They were adults, 28 and 30, Andrew and William. Both of them were engineers as well.
So we're getting to like 16 people tied to this type of technology gone, missing, or dead.
A little strange. And so they were flying home. I guess he was flying to Huntsville. And the plane went down that evening. They had just refueled and taken off again. And the plane crashed, and all four of them were killed.
Doesn't NASA have a big deal in Huntsville, Alabama?
I don't know.
They do.
But let's just stack it up here. I mean, the count was at 11 last weekend of people who are big brain people. The woman, a plasma scientist, along with her dad. They had a company they'd put together that was studying plasma energy and stuff, anti-gravity stuff. I guess half of them have died. Some of them by some pretty wonky circumstances involving suicide. One guy and the others have just disappeared. I was watching an interview with somebody about one of the guys one of these people that disappeared. And it was somebody who had been outside his neighborhood and came out and saw a car there switching license plates. It was technically, or calling itself an Uber, but it didn't seem like it was a real Uber because they were switching out license plates right there in the driveway, she says. And this guy got into that car and never returned.
So David,
it's a little freaky. I mean, it's a little weird, man.
So this David Wilcock apparently posted about 2 days before his death about the scientists missing or being killed or dying. And he also said he told friends, I'm not suicidal.
So did that other woman.
This is getting way weird, dude. Where's Mulder and Scully? This is X-Files stuff.
They're keeping the low profile, man. They don't want to get disappeared either. Mulder and Scully might go missing. I don't know. It is very strange. And we're now, James Comer, as we talked to you about earlier in the week, wrote a letter to DOJ, NASA, I forget who else, pretty much everybody who would be involved. What do you guys know? I mean, he's trying to get some communication going. Hey, is anybody else basically saying, let's all get together and try to figure out if something nefarious is going on here? And talking to all the government agencies of the Pentagon.
Are all
to
these,
see if, hey, what is happening here?
Are all these scientists, did this happen just in this calendar year? Or did
it
go back to
no, it's right. It's just this past year, isn't it?
No, it goes back 2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years?
Some even 4.
Oh, okay. But recently, if we're going to do exponential numbers, in this calendar year, I think we have over 8.
No,
people.
I think it's about 3 to 4.
No, we just had that family. All 3 of them were tied to it. And then this dude,
We don't
Wilcox.
know if they're tied to it.
No, the field that they study, they are tied to.
Past 3 years, 23 to 26.
23 years.
Yeah, okay, but
2023.
That family in Alabama leaving Huntsville, they were all tied to engineering and NASA and stuff like that. It's just odd. It's weird.
Well, I mean, between last summer and February of this year, let's see, 1, 2, 3. We had 3 go missing. You had Dr. Nuno Loureiro, who was shot December 15, 2025. Caltech astrophysicist Carl Grillmayer, shot February 16, 2026. So, yeah, about 2023, we started noticing that these people were disappearing or being killed.
And so far, this calendar year, what they have confirmed that you're looking at, that list, is, I believe, 3.
Let's
One
see
in
here.
February was shot.
Yeah, I just said that. Carl Grillmare, February 16th, and Nuno Loureiro, December 15th of last year, late last year. So we've had 2.
Yeah, it's
Amy Eskridge, she's the one who said she wasn't suicidal, was telling her friends she wasn't suicidal. She died in 2022. So, yeah, it's about a 3-year period when, and if these two, if we start linking them along with these other folks, it's weird stuff, man.
Weird.
So why did it take us 3 freaking years to get around? Well, I guess if you're
if you're in the Biden administration, you don't care.
I got it right. You don't care.
They don't care.
We got to take a break. It's Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Ware and Rima on air and online every morning.
And actually, they become hot as a pistol. So what can I tell you?
Watch the show weekday mornings 6 till 10 only on KTSA.com.
You know, just several months ago, Nancy and I put Texas Rhino Shield at the warehouse, and you know what? We absolutely love this stuff. You know, it protects your home better than any paint job possibly could. Typical paint, well, it lasts 3 to 5 years. Then it begins to fade, chip, crack, you know, all those kinds of things. Rhino Shield, well, it's 9 times thicker than paint. That's right, it goes on like paint, but you can tell the difference with Rhino Shield. It's tough stuff. It's a ceramic coating. Not only does it look absolutely beautiful on your home because it comes in every color imaginable, but with it being 9 times thicker than paint, you won't have to paint your home again. It's warranted for 25 years to last and look beautiful. So you're one and done with Texas Rhino Shield. And if you mention Trey Ware when you log on to TexasRhinoShield.com, you can take $2,500 off the application of Rhino Shield on your home. Get your free, no obligation home inspection today from Rhino Shield at TexasRhinoShield.com.
Health insurance decisions can change quickly, and making the wrong choice can cost you. I'm Justin Holland, host of the Mad Insurance Show right here on KTSA. We're a broker at Texas State Insurance Services. Whether you're turning 65 and exploring Medicare, need individual or family coverage, or a business owner reviewing employee benefits, we can help you compare your options and make confident decisions. Visit us at txstateinsurance.com or call us at 210-880-5316 to schedule your coverage review today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Story Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Story Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Story Law Firm. Located right here in San Antonio. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 726-202-1300, or visit Lance, DRURYlaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Trying to keep up with today's fast-changing digital landscape? With more ways to consume content than ever before, it is getting harder to reach your customers. You need more than just a presence. You need the experts at Conrex Digital. We craft websites that convert. We curate engaging content on social and blog channels. We generate quality leads through Google and Meta. We dominate your competition on streaming TV. Bold marketing, real results. Conrex Digital makes it happen. Visit conrexdigital.com. That's conrexdigital.com.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Find a way to get away now at Crestview RV. Enjoy the open road and the great outdoors in a brand new, well-equipped Jayco J-Flight travel trailer. Just $12,995 or $116 a month with approved credit. See dealer for details. CrestviewRV.com.
KTSA News brought to you by Stevens Roofing.
The U.S. and Iran going tit for tat when it comes to boarding oil tankers, but the U.S. naval blockade remains in place in the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran is running low on money, maybe even time. ICE and the Border Patrol now funded, but Democrat support was not needed to get that done. Lots of caffeine likely was. And a Virginia judge is stopping that new congressional map that all but eliminated Republicans from the Old Dominion. We got details on that coming up 10 o'clock. KTSA News Time, 9:36.
Good morning. Working a couple of stalls. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Both of these are off to the shoulder. I-10 eastbound at Hildebrand and 410 eastbound at Evers. Now, this road work at 410 westbound as you approach Harry Wurzbach got the roadway reduced to one lane. The entrance ramp is closed as well. Again, this is due to road work. Stop and go from Randolph, causing about a 15-minute delay. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA Time Saver Traffic.
A mix of clouds and sun this afternoon. Warm and soupy, the high of 84. Breezy this evening, otherwise overcast and humid. The low just 71 along the Riverwalk and 69 in Hill Country. A morning thunderstorm in spots, otherwise warm and humid again Friday, the high 87. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KTSA Stevens Roofing AccuWeather forecast.
Right now, 72 degrees. It is humid and cloudy at San Antonio's Severe Weather Station. I'm Christian Blood. Stay connected with News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 107.1.
It's 9:38 on Ware and Rima. Last 20 minutes of the Giga-Rooney today. Trey is off. He'll be back on Monday. Again, make sure you check out the website, ktsa.com. Putting out a lot of content there. Trey's he's been off this week, but he's been doing videos, and also we'll give away some more Gunslinger tickets tomorrow on Friday. And, you heard Christian Blood reporting on the bigger stories of the day, these district lines in Virginia that were going to be redrawn as a result of that referendum passing the other night. A judge has halted that. That'll be appealed, obviously. And we had an all-night, the Senate went all night to pass this reconciliation bill that no Democrats voted for, obviously, but it didn't really matter. It's a simple majority on a reconciliation. John Kennedy did offer up an amendment on the Save America Act, but of course that's not expected to pass or survive. Rand Paul did not voted against it. It's about $70 billion, I think, to fund Department of Homeland Security and ICE through the end of Donald Trump's term. Of course, Chuck Schumer was running his mouth about affordability, and we need to rein in ICE and the usual crap that you hear from a guy like Chuck Schumer or any of them. We had mentioned Biden just a few moments ago. We're talking about all these big brain people that have gone disappearing, or they commit suicide when they tell people I'm not suicidal. And the list seems to be growing. But Joe Biden came up. I think Elaine said, nothing happened during the Biden administration because he didn't know what was going on or didn't care. Or maybe he's already talking to the aliens. I don't know. He may be. But there was a piece I saw. I love the Johns over at Breitbart. We have John Hayward on every Monday, I believe. Every Wednesday. And then the other John Nolte, who I think is a really cool, very funny writer and very smart guy. And he wrote a piece yesterday about Marty Barron, who ran the Washington Post during the Biden years largely. John says, during an address at something called the Peter F. Collier Awards for Ethics in Journalism at New York University, Barron was talking about Trump and fake news stuff. And I have to read this because I don't believe there's any video of it, but Nolte quotes him, "Each of us probably can point to other instances where we went astray. Here's one to think about. Did we live up to our truth-seeking mission early this decade as we saw Joe Biden struggling cognitively and physically while holding the most powerful position on earth? I don't believe we did." But then he goes on, and Nolte highlights this. Did some among us shy from aggressively exploring his intellectual acuity and physical health for fear of aiding Donald Trump's campaign and alienating loyal readers, viewers, and listeners? My guess is yes. You think? If so, would that be an ethical breakdown in our profession? Again, I'd say yes. Duh. One thing is for sure, our credibility was damaged. Wow, again, you think? Just a smidge? Nolte goes on, it was a hell of a lot more than, quote, shying away from aggressively exploring his intellectual acuity. The media actively engaged in the Biden is sharp as a tack hoax and then demonized anyone who questioned President Otto Penn's obvious decline. This is Nolte. Now, he then goes, he says, no word on whether or not the esteemed Marty Barron has or will ever address his role in much of this. And then Nolte lists all of the different media hoaxes and lies during this guy's tenure at the Washington Post. He starts off with the most recent. Trump didn't expect Iran to block Strait of Hormuz. Pete Hegseth bought millions in lobster for himself. Hoax. Zoran Mamdani was target of terror attack. Hoax. Only 14% of deportees are criminals. Hoax. Canadian mass shooter was female. Hoax. Melania Doc is a box office flop. Hoax. I can't read them all. And then he ends this is typical of the corrupt media. These serial liars always do this after it matters. After it matters, they kind of, sort of, perhaps own up to it and then promise a change that they have no intent on making. One of the things you're hearing today, and you have been hearing since Trump announced the extension of the ceasefire, is he's floundering. He doesn't know what to do. He wasn't prepared for this. And, of course, they're very obviously trying to play into some of the cracks in the MAGA support base that are not happy with the way things are going in Iran or whatever, or think something other should have happened or whatever. I'm a media guy, I guess you'd say, in my small regard, doing this for a living. But one of the things that we've talked about a lot over the years is how the lines between journalism and commentary have kind of been blurred. You'll see this on some of the stuff we're putting up on KTSA.com, where people comment and right, Elaine, we get trolled by people and they're like, they're just looking to talk smack about us, in whatever regard. But one of the things you'll hear from people who are trying to talk crap to like talk show hosts is, well, you guys aren't fair. You guys aren't fair. You don't present it about both sides. Which is a journalistic ethic. No, I don't. You're right. I don't. We don't have to. We are under no professional ethic to present anything other than our own opinions and our own biases. That's what we do. That's why it's called talk. It's commentary. But they try to apply to guys like me a journalistic ethic, which is just the facts, be objective, and yet actual journalists who very often will criticize people like me for not being fair themselves are abject liars. The least of which you can say is they're bad journalists. But here's the thing about these people, and this Barron's one of them, and John Nolte makes this point, is that in American journalism right now, I don't care if you're talking about the Straight, you're talking about Virginia, whatever you're talking about, Trump in general, you've got a whole crap load of people who walk around with their snoots in the air over their journalism. We're journalists. And yet every single one of those people in this country wake up every day, look in the mirror, and make a conscious choice to lie. I've said it a number of times. Our media, our news media in this country most resembles what, in other countries, fascist propagandist media. Like what you would see in a place like Iran or North Korea or China. Like our media resembles that at this point. Because they just freaking lie. It's not even contextual. It's just we lie. They just lie about crap. And the only thing I've never been able to understand is how any one person, because it's a collection, yes, it's a collective, certainly, but they're all making an individual choice at some point to be a part of the bullcrap and to advance the bullcrap and to lie and mischaracterize things and try to misinform the American people. You really, truly cannot rely on the media that's at this point for anything. But what gets me is every single one of them, though, is making a choice to do that. And it's kind of funky, right? You're maintaining this arrogance that, you're a journalist and, you're above political, rhetoric and political biases, and yet that's all you care about. Again, James Carville said it out loud the other day on his podcast. Well, yeah, we need to gerrymander. Well, yeah, we need to stack the Supreme Court. Well, yeah, we need to make D.C. a state. Yeah, we need to do all this stuff. We can't allow for a guy like Trump ever again. But again, when you're a journalist, or you claim to be a journalist, and you wake up every day, prideful in the fact that you're in America, I'm a journalist, I get to the truth. And yet you're making a choice to lie your ass off every single day. Holy crap, since we rolled into the Hormuz Strait, you've heard all manner of bull crap. I wish I could say the word, man, bull crap, being reported as actual news. So the fact that a guy like this Barron guy from the Washington Post sort of half-assedly admits that, well, yeah, we were worried about Trump and his campaign, and we were worried about our liberal readership. And so, yeah, we sort of, I love the word, they shied away. we got shy. We shied away from aggressively reporting his intellectual acuity and physical health for fear of, you didn't shy away from nothing. You made a conscious choice. Anyway, 210-599-5555, 210-5, well, I guess we're not going to be doing any calls now at this point. The show's over. I've been off time all day, man. We will speak with Jack Riccardi. Jack at 60 coming up at 10:05. Right now, your weather, humid and cloudy this morning. Otherwise, a mix of clouds and sun for the rest of the day. A high of 85. Cloudy, warm, and humid tonight. A low of 72. A thunderstorm early tomorrow, possible. Otherwise, cloudy and warm with a high of 86. 71 degrees on News Talk 550 KTSA.
Good morning. We are working a few stalls. This report sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. 410 westbound San Pedro, disabled vehicle broken down right lane, right in the Castle Hills, northwest side of town area. 281 southbound St. Mary's, stall up to the shoulder, I-10 eastbound at Hildebrand, and 410 eastbound Evers. All of these stalls off to the shoulder. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Debbie Alcacer, KTSA, Time Saver Traffic.
Body aches and pain. It's hard to enjoy normal activities when you're in chronic pain. Call the Institute for Functional Health and stop pain caused by inflammation. 468-1891. I'm Dr. Torres of the Institute for Functional Health. I can help. 468-1891.
Most financial advisors only manage your money. They refer you out for taxes, they refer you out for estate planning, they refer you out when things get complicated. Did they really vet that person? Or did they meet once, exchange business cards, and call it a partnership? A referral isn't accountability. It's a handoff. When your investments, taxes, and estate plan are built separately, gaps happen, and those can cost money. At Trajan, we didn't build a referral network. We built a family office for all. Wealth, tax, estate. One team delivering coordinated planning once reserved for the ultra-wealthy. If you want real coordination and not just introductions, call Trajan Wealth today.
Call Trajan today at 210-201-7100. That's 210-201-7100.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Every leader feels the pressure to do AI, but rushing in leads to leaks and wasted budget. Bridgehead IT starts with a full AI assessment to secure your data and find where AI actually moves the needle. Stop guessing. Lead with confidence at bridgeheadit.com.
Hi, this is Taylor with Patriot Dryer Vent Cleaning. If your dryer is taking more than one cycle, that's a warning sign your vent may be clogged. Don't wait. This can be a serious fire hazard. Schedule your cleaning today at cleanmydryervent.org. That's cleanmydryervent.org.
Hello, San Antonio. Ready to spring into summer with your own piece of the Texas coast? This Saturday, don't miss the spring one-day coastal land sale right off beautiful Matagorda Bay, just a short drive from San Antonio. For one day only, grab 1+ acre coastal properties starting at just $59.9 or $49.9 with cash or 1031 exchange. And wait till you hear this. Bayfront properties starting at $129.9 or cash price of $119.9. That's right, Bayfront living at unbelievable prices. This gated community has it all. A waterfront resort-style pool and cabana, covered boat slips and private launch, paved roads, underground utilities, and agriculture exemption for low taxes. These deals are for this Saturday only. Call now to reserve your private tour. 210-853-0389. Ask about huge day of discounts with cash or 1031 exchanges. That's 210-853-0389. Don't wait. Own your slice of the Texas coast. A short drive from San Antonio. Call 210-853-0389.
You wake up every day lucky enough to be a Texan in the greatest country on God's green earth, where we cherish our freedom and independence. Protect your financial independence and call Big State Financial for a free review. 210-373-6000. Ensure your retirement income with Big State Financial and their Safe Money retirement programs. No matter what the market does, you won't lose a penny. Call 210-373-6000 to schedule your free review.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Stay on top of the latest news wherever you are. Stream KTSA on the go. This is News Talk 550 KTSA and FM 1071.
Final few moments of the show. Ware and Rima on News Talk 550 KTSA, FM 1071, also online at KTSA.com. Again, Trey's off this week. He'll be back on Monday. He's posting all kinds of videos and stuff, so you can check that out at the website. Jack in 60 Minutes coming up next. Jack Riccardi joins us right now. And I'll try not to end the show a full minute early like I did yesterday. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. I just thought we were done.
I'm happy to be here as long as you'd like.
Excellent.
I kind of have to be.
Yes, you do. You kind of have to be. Long night.
I can't say, Sean, I've got to go now. I've got somewhere to be.
I got a thing. I got to go. Long late night in the Senate, obviously. The reconciliation package at $70 billion to fund DHS and ICE through the end of Trump's term. John Kennedy offered up an amendment in regards to the Save America Act, but that was pretty much it. What are your thoughts on how this went and what happens next?
I'm a little embarrassed. I really paid no attention to that. I saw the headline this morning.
Right.
I didn't stay up with them and
I
watch
didn't
it. So
right.
a lot of this stuff when you tell me such and such is not funded, like, does that matter? These are the people that print money that doesn't exist. So
right.
I assume they can also spend money that doesn't exist, and I assume they just keep doing whatever they feel like doing in the government, whether there's money for it or not. The only thing they don't do is pay people. But other than that, I'm quite sure they are functioning like they always do.
What did you make of this Ilhan Omar $250 million? We've heard this stuff before, that this lunch program during the COVID era, they had a meeting or an oversight committee hearing in Minnesota, which he kind of blew off, and now they're sending really strongly worded letters.
Yeah, we played the clip yesterday of her saying to the Hill reporter, I don't have to tell you Jack-ish.
Right.
I want to defend Ilhan Omar from people who say she hasn't assimilated and embraced America. She has become the typical fat cat, corrupt, liberal, big city Democrat. She absolutely is. She is 100% all the way through typical corrupt American politician. So good for her. One generation, bang, she did it.
She assimilated quite well.
Doesn't she just sound like a machine politician from like the 1920s? Hey, get out of my way, boy. Hey, with the cigar and
yes,
the bowler hat, and jumping into his Duesenberg. I mean, she's got a winery, and then she doesn't, and she's worth $30 million, but then she's worth $180 million. She'd be the pride of any of those big city political machines from back in the day. She really would.
And when she's talking to that Hill reporter, didn't she call the question stupid? Because I was like, that's like the Ilhan Omar, argument now. Is, well, you're just stupid.
That's her default.
You're just stupid. At some point you hit the, well, you're just stupid wall with these people.
Yeah,
but
she sounds so intelligent. Obviously, we're all awestruck by her obvious intellect.
Yes, great depth of intellect. Well, we have there was some Trump went on the air. Caroline Leavitt was saying with Martha McCallum that they were saying originally, first half of the day, that this ceasefire could go for 3 to 5 days. They're saying Trump has no timeline. He said, I'm in no rush, just I think last night. They're leeching $500 million a day as long as the strait is, these ports are closed. He really doesn't. I mean, at some point, don't they sort of have to? Somebody has to agree to something. They're going to not have any economy at all.
Yeah, I mean, I was struck by the fact, if it's true, the story that said the Iranian military would not allow the negotiators to go to Pakistan. You talk about a power struggle. That's like your spouse hiding the keys so you can't leave, the house. I don't know how do you negotiate with people that aren't allowed to come to the negotiation? Right. How do you negotiate with people that you don't know are really in charge or not? I know our military has its target packages ready and the finger is on the trigger, right? I don't think I have any doubt about that. There's 3 carrier groups that are going to be within range in a matter of a couple of days. So you can't put this all on Trump. I mean, I think he's being incredibly patient.
Right.
Because he would prefer not to do it the other way, but I think what you're saying is you're probably going to have to do it the other way.
Well, at some point, I mean, who are you actually negotiating with? I mean,
yeah, you probably can't if you don't know who it is. I mean, I was talking yesterday about how when we got the unconditional surrender from the Japanese, like we knew these were the guys,
right?
That the right people were on the deck of that battleship, but you don't know who you would have to talk to, who would sign and have a signature that meant anything.
Who are the right guys?
Right?
Yeah, right. Jack, thank you, sir. Jack Riccardi coming up next. Jack in 60. It's a great show. Thanks to Elaine, James, Christian Blood, and Don Cooper. Spread the love. Don't be a jerk. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.